Franklin's on. We all set? Being approximately 6:30 p.m., the scheduled meeting of the Franklin Zoning Board of Appeals will come to order. Note to the residents, all residents are welcome to attend public meeting in person. To view the live meeting remotely, citizens are encouraged to watch the live stream on Franklin Town Hall TV YouTube channel, or the live broadcast on Comcast Channel 9 or Verizon 29. To listen to the meeting remotely, citizens may call in using the number 1-929-205-46099. To participate in the meeting remotely, citizens may join the Zoom meeting or the Zoom using the information provided below. Meetings are recorded and archived by Franklin TV on the Franklin Town Hall TV YouTube channel and shown on repeat on Comcast Channel 9 and Verizon Channel 29. The Zoom ID number is 939-5812-1077, and the link is zoom.us/ I don't know if that's an I or a J, but 939-5812-1077. All participants will be automatically muted upon entering the meeting. In order to speak, participants will need to select the raise hand function to request to be unmuted. All speakers will be required to state their full name and street address before commenting. Announcements from the chair. There isn't any real announcements, not even sure when the next meeting is going to be. Citizens' comments. Citizens are welcome to express views for up to 3 minutes on a matter that is not on the agenda in compliance with Mass General Law, Chapter 38, Section 20. The open meeting law, the zoning board cannot engage, according to the open meeting law, the zoning board cannot engage in dialogue or comment on any matter raised during the citizens' comments. The zoning board and the department director or other to review the matter. Okay, any citizens want to speak? Sure. Just identify yourself, please.
Yes. Mark Minichelli, 31 Longfellow Drive. To Chairman Hunchard, to board members Acevedo, Halligan, Whitmore, and Lang, even though she's not here.
She's coming.
I want to simply thank you all for your time, your energy, your expertise, and your stress dealing with some very tough issues this year. I hope the residents of Franklin realize how difficult your roles really are and appreciate the complexity involved in your decisions. And I implore the residents of the town of Franklin to treat you all with respect and civility, especially during this holiday season, regardless of what decisions you make. My sincere thanks to you all, and happy holidays.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right back.
Same to you. Hi, real quick, Steve Malloy, 19 Russet Hill Road. Just want to confirm that everybody on Zoom is actually in the meeting.
I don't know.
Does anybody know?
Casey knows.
Anybody who's in the waiting room for this meeting, citizens,
Everybody that was in the waiting room is in the meeting.
and anybody else who joins will be let in?
Yes.
Thank you. Thanks.
Okay, I'll entertain a 5-minute recess because we're waiting for Janelle Lang to show up.
Do you want to take citizens' comments on Zoom, if there are any?
No, I don't. We got anybody with their hands up?
I don't see anyone with their hands
Okay.
up.
Any minutes? We don't.
No, we don't have any. They were only last week. They didn't get a chance to get done yet.
Slack it.
Yes, slacker. All right, I'll entertain a recess for 5 minutes.
So moved. Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, none. The meeting will resume. John, you got your minutes on yours?
Through the chair, I'll be recusing myself.
Yep. Thanks, Joe.
Take care, John. Enjoy your Christmas.
Yeah, you too, Joe.
Time being approximately 6:30 PM, 444 East Central
Well,
Street,
we had a 5-minute recess, just say 6:45.
6:45.
We'll reopen the hearing.
We are opening our discussion. 444 East Central Street, Tag Central LLC. Applicant is seeking a building permit to construct a 264-unit multifamily development. Building permit is denied without a comprehensive permit from the ZBA.
That's it. Okay. Mark Grabowski, can you hear me now? Is he on TV or is he on?
He is.
Can you see him?
Yes, and he is on mute, you just can't hear him.
Who's Chris?
Let me see, I can ask Joe Gonzola to try to speak and see if this works.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Joe. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Joe.
So, must be something with Mark's.
Yeah.
Mark have a problem?
I don't know, I just told him to talk to us.
I just texted him.
Huh?
Just texted Mark Grabowski.
I just did, I said, talk to us. So you know he's there.
He's on, his microphone is just not working.
Okay. Oh. He's gonna sign out and come back.
Okay.
Gotta get the volume up on his microphone, microphone. Just so everybody in the audience knows, we're having a little problem getting our consulting attorney hooked up to the meeting with his microphone.
He's next to Bruce. Somewhere.
All right, you know what, we can start reading some of these waivers. Joe's on the line, if we've got any questions about them, Joe can handle those, and most of the first ones. Now, Mark suggested that we handle these like a whole town meeting, we read them off. If nobody says hold, or we just let it go, then it's gonna be approved. Is that fair enough?
Do they need to be Are they unanimous, like our other waivers, or are they just majority?
Just a majority. I mean, we're gonna vote them on at the end, so I don't, if you got a problem, hold it, then we'll come back to it. If you don't have any problem, we'll clear a lot of them out of the way.
Okay.
All right, so.
Mhm.
So the ones up for discussion get hold.
Yeah, if you wanna hold them, you just say hold, then we'll go back to it.
Just,
And I guess we're going from the waiver list of October 25th, 29th, 2025. You got that?
I have that one. And then I had two other just notes and questions, so you can, I'm curious when you would want to talk about them.
Let's go
I-
through these first until Mark gets online, and then we'll see what happens from there, see how many of these we can get wiped out.
Okay.
All right? Just read, if you can, just read the local regulation, the requirement, the proposed, and then the explanation.
All right.
That's why I
Waiver.
waited- That's why I waited for it.
Yeah. Waiver 1A, Section 185-7, Attachment 7, Use Regulation Schedule. The requirement is multifamily use is not allowed in the Commercial 2 zoning district. Proposed waiver granted to allow multifamily use in the Commercial 2 zoning district. You want the full
The
explanation also?
explanation,
This is a customary waiver request for a 40B proceeding. As the regulations mandate, the zoning board is required to act in place of all local permit granting authorities as part of the issuance of the comprehensive permit.
yeah. Anybody have a problem with that? On hearing one, I'll put a check next to that one. Okay, 2A.
185-11, number of buildings on a lot. Not more than one single-family or two-family dwelling shall be erected on a lot. More than one principal building other than a single-family or two-family dwelling may be erected on a lot, provided that access, drainage, and utilities serving each structure are functionally equivalent to that required for separate lots by the planning board rules and regulations. A certification to the Commissioner of Buildings from the Department of Public Works, Water Department, and Fire Department shall be required. Proposed is a waiver granted to allow more than one principal building, regardless of if the lot area requirements and use are met for each building without counting any lot area twice. A certification to the Commissioner of Buildings from the Department of Public Works, Water Department, and Fire Department shall not be required. The explanation is that a waiver granted to allow more than one principal building without necessarily meeting planning board rules and regulations required for separate lots, lot area requirements for use for each building. Proposed buildings include 4 multifamily buildings, a clubhouse, 6 garages, and a pergola.
Everybody okay with that one? Check it out.
3A, Section 185-13, Attachment 9, Schedule of Lot, Area, Frontage, Yard, and Height Requirements. Maximum height of buildings shall be 3 stories and/or 40 feet. Waiver granted to allow height of building to be 4 stories and 50 feet max, based on average grade to top of roof for each respective building. Assumes non-livable exclusions listed in 185-13 may be above said height as zoning allows. Explanation, based on flat roofs as proposed, 3 and 4-story buildings proposed would require the waiver.
What's up with that one?
Yep.
Okay.
4A, Section 185-13, Attachment 9, Schedule of Lot, Area, Frontage, Yard, and Height Requirements. Minimum side yard setback of 30 feet. Waiver granted to allow a minimum side yard setback of less than 30 feet. A waiver is granted to allow building number 1 to be constructed with a setback of 20 plus or minus feet. And then there is a zoning table that shows all the dimensional requirements, the proposed dimensions, and which sections comply or need a waiver.
The side yard setback is the waiver requested from 30 to 20 feet.
It's only the one side, correct?
Just that one building, you said.
Okay.
And then there's another one here down, the other two.
5A,
Height stories.
we already talked about the height and the stories.
Okay,
5A,
go ahead.
setback from streams and ponds. No building, parking area, or leaching field shall be located within 35 horizontal feet of the normal bank of any stream or pond. Waiver granted to allow buildings and parking lots within 35 horizontal feet of a stream. A waiver is granted to allow buildings and parking areas within 35 horizontal feet of a stream. Closest building is 18 feet plus or minus from a stream, and closest parking area is 40 feet plus or minus from a stream.
Anybody have a problem with that one?
I guess I have a question on that one.
Go ahead.
So, these waivers were brought up through the Conservation Commission?
Well,
And-
evidently, that one doesn't come under the they got a whole list. When we get down a little bit more, we'll go to waste, I forget what, stormwater and wastewater and stuff that the Concom handled. That I guess they're waiting on, for us to do something, because evidently at the last meeting, correct me if I'm wrong, they did not approve your plan yet. They're holding off until January sometime.
Correct, they did not approve our.
Well, I don't know how they can approve it if we don't give you the waivers. So maybe that's their problem. I mean, it sounds to me like they were ready to approve it. But I think they figured it out, because usually, you know, we're doing it half-assed backwards here. You know, we're doing, you went to both of us at the same time. So the Concom's expected to give you some relief, but they can't grant you the relief. The relief is up to us. So for them to approve your plan the way it shows, I don't think that they can really do that, because they can't grant you, or they're not willing to grant you the relief. So maybe that's why they didn't, that's why they didn't approve it.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, Joe.
just a point of clarification. The Conservation Commission is totally within their bounds to act under the State Wetlands Protection Act, which is what they've been requested to do. That has no, your decision has no bearing on theirs. You're the approving authority under the local wetland bylaw. So you're being asked to grant waivers as outlined, and you're being asked to approve the project under the wetlands protection, under the local wetlands bylaw, through the issuance of the comprehensive permit.
Okay, when we get to this.
Certainly, the Conservation Commission can do whatever they want to do, and I guess they're just waiting to see if you grant these waivers, because I think if you don't, then the project fundamentally changes. And they would have to redesign, and that would affect the application before the Conservation Commission under the State Wetlands Act.
Okay. What are we on next here?
On,
Okay,
well,
question?
on 5A, does the Conservation Commission ever get involved with reviewing bylaw 18516, which is a setback from streams and ponds?
I don't think that comes under them. I think that comes under the
Yeah, it's
zoning bylaw.
it's a
right?
zoning bylaw requirement, and they're just, it's redundant to their local bylaws.
Yeah.
So they're always talking about the proximity of proposed buildings and structures proximate to their wetlands under their local bylaw. So I guess it's, in a manner, yes, but not specifically with regards to, they don't have any power to grant zoning relief. So it'd be interesting. Has the ZBA ever had an application for a variance of this item?
Not that I recall.
On other 40Bs.
Yeah.
This close?
I don't know. We're only talking because of the way,
So.
it's only the building, not the parking area, so. Once the building's in, landscape, I'm sure that the project will move forward, but he can't unmute. He says he can't unmute.
They gotta allow them in to unmute or each time.
You can speak now. It's still not working.
Mark, can you hear us now and speak?
My guess is his laptop.
Yeah, you can unmute Peter
Okay.
if he's in there.
If you can't get it to work on the laptop, you can call in
He can
on the
call.
phone. and
Yeah.
Use that as
Use
your
your
backup.
phone. Use your phone. Excuse us, everyone. He just says, "I'll call your cell phone. Don't call my cell phone. Call
Call the Zoom number.
The
yeah,
Zoom
call
number.
the Zoom number. Call. Somebody read that number off for me so I don't have to call here. In there somewhere.
Tell Peter.
Yeah, 929.
I'm expecting him to come inside.
Mark, I'm gonna send you the link. You can get on, you can call on your phone and get on the Zoom call. Okay, we're just typing it in now. I'll text it to you.
It says the unmute function's not coming back on his screen.
Who's the red hand?
You're gonna have to let whoever, if he call, I don't know, if he calls in, you gotta let him in too, don't you?
I'm not sure if it's happening.
Why don't we keep moving on? We'll get past five,
Okay.
5A. Might be, I'll just put like a question mark.
Yeah, if we can go back to that one.
Yeah.
I'm not comfortable with it.
6A, 7A, and 8A are all related to accessory buildings and structures. I had questions about these. You want me to read them off now, or we just come back to them?
You wanna hold them?
Yep.
Which ones?
6A, 7A, and
6A, they all
8A.
talk about accessory structures, which is, not sure what the problem is with it. What do you need an explanation of?
That they're proposing only an 8-foot setback.
Okay. And the minimum is,
10.
okay. 8-foot setback from another building, maybe?
From another building or the lot line.
Yeah, I don't think they're within the lot line. They might be within the lot line. He's got a section of garages. Carlton, you know, go ahead.
It is, that's why they want the waiver.
10 feet between buildings. Is that what
It's,
you're talking?
it's,
For clarification, the one area we're looking for the setback on is where the two garages abut the seller's property.
Right.
That, just for screening.
That's what I thought, yeah.
Nowhere else is it closer than that.
They're gonna abut the guy that's already there, that owns the property,
Okay.
and you don't have a problem.
Carlton, can you?
yep,
go back
Peter,
to
we can hear you
4A?
now.
Okay. Carlton, can you go back to 4A? Through the chairman, I apologize, because we had discussed last time, because of the addition of the bus shelter, to be cautious, it looks like it would require some dimensional waivers. Carlton?
4A, Peter, 4A wasn't a question. We didn't hold that. We're doing it like an old town meeting. We're holding the ones.
No, I know, but we were muted and unable to talk, and we had mentioned the bus shelter, and that actually would require a very slight change to 4A, and I think the dimensional table. So Carlton, you can explain it.
But Peter, I thought you had spoken to Attorney Bobrowski about that, and it was gonna be handled in the condition itself. And there was gonna be language which said any and all necessary waivers shall be granted, in the condition itself, so we didn't have to revise the waiver table. That's what we discussed, right?
That's possible. There's been so much going on, I'm not sure I remember that, but if you're okay with that, then fine.
If Attorney Bobrowski can confirm, if he's not muted.
Yeah, that's the difficulty. He's not able to speak, apparently.
Right now. You didn't see him log on with his,
I just let somebody in with their telephone number and I'm requesting them to unmute, so.
all right, so where did we leave off? The accessory structures.
Accessory structures.
All three of those are just concern those garages that are gonna butt the landowner's land.
The first two ones are for the two garages to the sideline, and the other one is to allow the structures to be within 10 feet of retaining walls, which is also a structure. That's not an issue to sidelines, it's structure to structure. setbacks.
Who's that now?
That's
Jeez,
Mark
this-
Bobrowski.
So Mark has to mute his
Can you
computer.
hear me now, Bruce?
Yeah, I can hear you now, Mark, thank you.
Okay.
Sorry, Mark, you just need to
what
mute
is-
your
what-
computer. Sorry.
Yeah.
We started down the list, the waiver list, Mark. We're on the third page, under accessory structures.
Ask him to mute.
He's got to mute his speakers on his computer.
Mute his computer.
Mark, mute your computer, or shut your voice, or shut the sound off on the computer.
Should be okay now.
Okay, sounds better now already. Anyway, we're at the accessory
Yeah,
structures.
I've been following that. What AJ said about the bus stop is exactly right. We talked this afternoon about any waivers associated with the bus stop ought to be just considered granted.
And we didn't clarify what kind of bus stop that is, Gatra or a school,
It's a bus
There
shelter
is a
for,
or
condition.
just a shelter. Okay, 9A.
Yes, so we're holding on the accessories, we'll come back to those.
Okay, I thought they just explained it to you, I thought you were all set.
No, I didn't ask my question.
Oh.
I just said I had a question,
Oh, okay.
and should we come back to them?
Well, we're here. Go ahead.
Okay, so I didn't know if the stockade fence was behind them and if there was a fire concern from the building commissioner. I know that the 10 feet is there for a reason, so I just wanted to make sure that we're not putting structures dangerously close to each other.
Gus?
Talking about the bus shelter, Mr. Chairman?
You're talking about the garages and the 10-foot
Sorry, we
separation
just-
between the stockade fence, if there's one.
Going over some emails that we just got, so I
Okay.
apologize for that.
Emails?
Yes,
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, while the meeting's going on.
I got one too, a little late.
The setbacks as far as the accessory structures are concerned,
Yeah.
what's the question?
Do you have any concerns about them being only 8 feet from the lot lines and 8 feet within other garages, as opposed to 10?
What's the height on it, AJ? What's the mean height on the garages?
No, but they gotta be 10 feet apart from any structures, that's what
I
you
know.
get. I don't think it's got anything to do with the height.
it's
It
one,
actually
it's
does
one-story
reference the height.
garage bays like they have at Station 117.
I have no concern, Mr. Chairman.
You can make them use fireproofing too, can't you?
It's not necessary unless it's within 5 feet under the building code.
Okay.
Okay.
That wipes them out?
Yep. I wasn't trying to be difficult, I just had a question.
Okay. 9A.
All right, 9A. Section 185-20.c.4, C1, signs. Properties within the IOPD and CBCD that are directly abutting or facing a residentially zoned district shall have all signs reduced in size by 50%. Waiver granted allowing the monument sign area to be up to 50 square feet. A waiver is granted to allow a full-size sign, although property abuts a residential zone district at the rear of the site. The sign will be in the front of the site as located on plans sheet C102B.
Colin, what's the distance between where the sign's gonna be and the rear property lines of the butt residential?
It's hundreds of feet. I don't know off the top of my head. It might be 1,000.
Probably 1,000, roughly.
There's just gonna be the one sign at the road, right?
Just the monument sign is one monument sign at the street. There's other signs, of course, on the property, but we're referring to the monument sign specifically.
Is it lit, interior lit or lighted from the outside?
Sorry?
Is it lit, interior lit, or is it lit from the outside? You don't know?
We haven't we haven't designed the details of the sign yet.
All set with that one?
Yeah. 10A, Section 185-20.h, signs. All signs within the Commercial and Business Corridor Sign District, CBCD, are required to obtain approval from the Design Review Commission prior to the issuance of a sign permit from the building commissioner. Waiver granted allowing the ZBA to grant approval of monument sign as shown on plans prior to the issuance of a sign permit. No separate signage permit required. This is a customary waiver request for a 40B proceeding. As the regulations mandate, the Zoning Board of Appeals is required to act in place of all local permit granting authorities as part of the issuance of the comprehensive permit. I had a question about this one.
Okay.
Are we holding it, or do you want to hear it now?
No, we can hold it. I'll just mark it as hold.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah,
if
go
I can
ahead.
just make a comment on that?
Yeah. You know, we got a new sign bylaw since this was asked for?
No, sir.
Huh?
No, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
So the protocol has been, and we just had a 40B that came into design review for a revision on their signs. I don't understand why this one is in place. It's not a
Why they're asking
it's
for
not
it,
a
why they
special,
have to come, or you want to go?
unless the entire sign permit through ZBA is required to have a special permit, but I don't believe that's the case. I don't think this waiver is required, but just throwing it out.
Okay. Is that because of the new sign bylaw?
No, it's because every sign goes through design review,
Right.
regardless.
Yeah.
If they're looking for a waiver for it, if the ZBA grants it now, in the future, they would have to come back to the board if they change it, or the design review board if they change their signs. Again, it's not something that, unless they're over the size, is gonna get denied.
You want to let that one go?
Our thought process there was simply just because this is a comprehensive permit. So the idea is all approvals are wrapped into this approval, other than wetlands. So we put that in here. There's multiple that are similar to that.
Well, that's what I mean. Everybody says you're asking for a lot of waivers, but they're all similar in size and shape, you know. I mean, there's reasons why you're asking for them, because they just go along with a comprehensive permit. I
Right.
understand.
But I'm happy to obviously go to get a, signage permit from the building department, if that's what Gus is
Well, you have to
asking.
go to the design review committee, because they're in charge of signs. I don't know that they are after, since they did the new
They
signs.
are
Now the
a-
planning board's in charge of signs, aren't they? Didn't they just issue a special permit for the one down at Glen Farmer?
That was because it was LED.
LED, yeah, okay.
I don't see the necessary reason for this, but I'm not the applicant.
Want to skip that one?
Peter, anything to add there?
No, Gus, the only question is, did you say it's a special permit provision?
It is not.
No, it's
In
not.
my-
It's just a
In my
design
eyes, it
review.
is not.
Right, so if it's not a special permit provision, then AJ is right. It's just basically clarifying that the waiver is granted so that the applicant doesn't go to design review committee, simply goes to the building commissioner to get a sign permit.
If that's what the board's,
I agree with that.
There you go.
that-
Okay. Get that?
And then, so is the sign reviewed at all? It's only reviewed by
The
the
building
building
commissioner.
commissioner.
Yeah.
If the bylaw, if the waiver request is to not go to design reviewer, then it would just come to me.
When they come in for the final plans and stuff, you're gonna have a sign ready for that? To show us? That we could give a stamp of approval to?
I'm just trying to think of when that would occur based on the draft special permit.
The draft comprehensive permit.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
Draft comprehensive permit.
Yes.
If the sign is not shown on the current final set of plans, then they should come in with a sign sheet to add to the plans as an insubstantial change when they're ready.
Okay. You all set with that, Peter?
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that.
Okay, there we go.
Yes.
Quickly move, Rachel. So that one's done. We won't do it, we'll just take it off. Just I'll put an X on across it.
It's 10A.
Yes, 10A, yep.
Cool. All right, 11A. Section 185.21.B.3AI parking schedule. Each dwelling unit, regardless of number of bedrooms, requires 2 parking stalls. Waiver granted to provide less than 2 parking stalls per dwelling unit. Project proposes 1.52 parking stalls per unit.
Quentin, if we went to 1.65, how many parking spaces would that add?
Didn't we do this exercise before? I thought we were at 1.65.
We started, but when they changed the design and then came back with the small building and everything, they wanted to get to the 3-story building, so they cut down the parking sizes a little bit.
32.
I'm looking to see if we can get back to 1.65, and I don't really care where we put them. Where could we put them?
We have no place to put them
What should
on
put
the,
someplace somewhere. You got a big area there. Don't you have some area down behind these buildings that you gotta replicate anyway, or fix it, clean it up?
we have wetland replication area that we are doing, and to the southeast corner, as a part of with the Conservation Commission. And we have a ton of area that we preserved on the east side to save trees and buffer area at the benefit of the abutters.
And how much of that would you have to take down to get to the one, well, we're gonna find out how many 1.65 does. How many you need for 1.65?
32.
32? Can't find 32 spaces on, how many acres is it? Why don't you put it on that, can you put it on that piece that you wanna donate to the town?
No, it's there's no possibility to do that based on based on the topography and the situation of that land.
Stuck in the mud all the time.
Yeah,
In fact, we removed a row of parking stalls along the east side of the drive aisle in the last revision in order to increase the buffer for the benefit of the abutters by roughly 1/3, I think, is what we were able to do with that revision. And we also,
1/3 of what? How many feet did you say?
I think it was 10 more feet at the time, at the minimum. But it goes up to, what is this? So it's 100 and something, right?
yeah, it's
Yeah.
over 70 feet at one point. Yeah, I mean,
Just a reminder, the peer reviewers were satisfied with the 1.52.
those were lost at the benefit of the abutters getting about approximately 1/4 of an acre of undisturbed vegetation that we had to keep.
And we installed a retaining wall in order to make that work as well, which wouldn't have been required if we
All right,
didn't
we'll
save
just
the
leave a
buffer.
hold on that one, we'll come back to it, so we can move on. 12A.
Section 185-21C9, parking space dimensions, and Article 5, parking, loading, and driveway requirements. 185-21C9A states parking spaces in a layout other than parallel shall not be less than 9 feet in width and 19 feet in length. Waiver granted to provide smaller parking spaces than zoning mandates. Refer to parking table on layout and materials plan sheet C102A and plan set entitled Revised Comprehensive Permit Plan stated 10/9/25. Portion of parking spaces are less than 8 feet and 8.5 feet wide. All standard parking stalls are 18 feet in length, and compact stalls are 16 feet in length. So I noted this when we last met, that there appears to be a typo, because no parking spaces should be less than 8 feet in width.
That's correct.
So
Less
that
than
wasn't-
should be deleted.
Should be no less than.
Yeah, it should be no less than 8 feet and 8.5 feet, right?
They're 8 and 8.5 feet, either way. The stalls are 8 and they're 8.5.
Okay.
There are some that are 8.
Correct. They're noted as compact.
Then
And we did this change in order to increase the amount of buffer that we were preserving on the east side. It only applies to the spaces on the east side of the property, and that was done to maximize the amount of buffer we could preserve.
This one, how do we address the typo that's in there?
We'll just change it, and this is a document that's gonna go with the permit, so Mark will just change it. And what do you want it to say? No less than 8 and 8.5 feet?
Can we quantify the number of parking spaces that are compact and what their dimensions are?
I think they show on the plan.
They were shown on the plans, that's why we make reference to it in the first sentence.
There's a parking table on C102A that spells out all the number of stalls that are and what width they are.
So make a note of it. So we just need to change the wording that says are 8 feet and 8.5 feet, or put in no less than 8.
Say that again.
On 12A, over on the right-hand side, the furthest over to the right there about parking, where it says less than 8 and 8.5 feet, it should say no less than 8.5 feet. That work, Joe?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Don't you have to correct the second column? Oh, no, that's just a quote. I get it. No problem.
Okay. No, so just put a no over there. Okay.
13A, Section 185-23.A2D, earth removal permit. Earth removal in excess of 1,000 cubic yards in any areas as noted in subsection A2, A1, 2, and 3 above shall require a special permit by the Board of Appeals. In addition, earth removal in excess of 1,000 cubic yards within the same industrial subdivision requiring hauling on public roads within the subdivision shall not require a special permit and shall be permitted subject to the applicant providing a performance guarantee satisfactory to and in an amount determined by the Board of Appeals. Any earth removal outside of the boundaries of the industrial subdivision shall require a special permit by the Board of Appeals. Waiver granted to allow earth removal in excess of 1,000 cubic yards be removed outside of the property incidental to the construction of the multifamily housing without a special permit from the Board of Appeals. The earth removal would be approved as part of the comprehensive permit.
Carlton, how much earth do you think you gotta remove out of that site? I would say you gotta bring in much more than you gotta take out.
It's a fill site, without a doubt. Significant fill.
So what are we talking about with this? Is this the area you gotta dig out up front to replicate some wetlands areas or something?
There would be spoils and there would be loam that you wouldn't be able to reuse on site that may be taken off site.
Do we know how many thousands of yards that is?
It would be figured out by the contractor. I don't have that number.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah,
there's a specific condition that's proposed in the draft comprehensive permit that speaks to this, requiring that prior to start of construction, they provide the quantities and also number of trucks, the proposed schedule, length of time, and the trucking routes that they're going to take. So that has to be presented as a matter of information to allow the police department and whoever else cares, you know, to understand that part of what is normally reviewed in earth removal permits.
And that's special condition 6.
All right, so we already got that covered, Mark?
If you're not gonna quarrel with the overall design, I think this is a necessary waiver in order for them to go forward.
Yeah, but we don't have to give it until they come up with the number, right?
Well, the condition says, prior to the commencement of construction, the applicant will provide the ZBA with an estimated quantity of total earthwork. The requested information will be prepared and submitted by the GC in accordance with good practice. The applicant will provide this information to the building department, public works, and police department as part of the site work grading and/or building permit application. So you're going to get the final.
Okay. All right, I don't have a problem with that.
14A, Section 185-31, Site Plan Review. No building permit shall be issued for, and no person shall undertake any construction, alteration, or other improvements unless they have first obtained site plan review approval from the planning board. Waiver granted from site plan review by planning board. This is a customary waiver request for a 40B proceeding. As the regulations mandate, the Zoning Board of Appeals is required to act in place of all local permit granting authorities as part of the issuance of the comprehensive permit.
Everybody all set with that? Okay.
15A, Section 185-40D1 LI, impervious coverage. Rendering impervious coverage up to 80% of the upland area of a lot located within the Water Resource District is permitted only in non-residential zones, provided an application for site plan approval has been provided. An applicant for site plan approval must provide artificial recharge that does not degrade groundwater quality. The proposed water recharge effort shall be permitted only upon the approval of a hydrogeologist retained by the town of Franklin at the expense of the applicant under the provisions of Mass General Law C-44, 53G. Waiver granted to allow impervious coverage up to 80% of the upland area within the Water Resource District without an application for site plan approval being provided. This is a customary waiver request for a 40B proceeding. As the regulations mandate, the Zoning Board of Appeals is required to act in place of all local permit granting authorities as part of the issuance of the comprehensive permit. I have questions about this one and the
Okay,
next
ask
one,
away.
which is also about drainage.
Ask away.
Okay. This is part of Mass General Law, or is it a local bylaw? And I would like to have the proposed recharge efforts reviewed by a hydrogeologist as part of the proceeding. So is this the kind of thing that, if it's not going through the typical process and through the ZBA comprehensive permit, that we, at the appropriate time, will review a plan that's been approved by this hydrogeologist?
We could make it subject to a hydrogeologist review.
No,
No? Okay.
no. Carlton, correct me if I'm wrong, but we're asking for simply not having to go to the whichever board would normally go to because it's a comprehensive permit. If you can explain that and how the plan is or is not different, because you still say in the middle column that the coverage is up to 80%. And yes, you know, we are asking that it not be sent to a hydrogeologist. If that was a concern, it could have been done in the many months of this hearing, but we can't agree to a post-permit condition that could kill the whole project, although I think Carlton and probably Joe can tell you that that's quite unlikely.
He's not choking.
We did provide infiltration to meet requirements. We went above and beyond, and we're actually reducing the amount of volume that's going off-site and recharging it into the ground. And I think the provisions noted here for Mass General Law, that's just the applicant would have to pay for the peer review, not that the peer review is required per the law. If this was an issue, it would have been Beta's purview to flag this as an issue during the peer review.
Beta, who was working for the Conservation Commission.
Not us.
No, we got Joe.
Mr. Chairman, I'll just give some color to this. Anytime you have a water resource district, there's a state regulation, 310 CMR 9, which is the Mass Water Drinking Water Regulations, which require a town to implement zoning bylaws that protect the watershed areas that are proximate to the town wells. Within that, it has prohibitions, but it also has uses that would require a special permit. And the impervious cover comes from that section of the state regulations, which just requires that there would be a process, a local process, that reviews the implementation of artificial recharge when impervious cover is created on a site. So under the normal processes for the town to review a special permit under the Watershed Protection District, those calculations would be provided, reviewed, and approved. The kind of the nuance here is the requirement that is only part of the local requirement for the retention of a hydrogeologist to review that artificial recharge. And what would a hydrogeologist bring to the table that myself did not, that Mr. Quinn did not, that the engineers at Beta did not? Just a kind of a better, higher level understanding of groundwater movement. But at the end of the day, how these artificial recharge systems are designed are mandated by the Mass DEP stormwater regulations. And that's what was used for myself to review the drainage calculations and Beta to review the drainage calculations and come to the conclusion that those systems were designed in accordance with those requirements. And those requirements have components of them with that include offset to groundwater, the permeability of the underlying soils and the adequacy of those, and the sizing of the system to meet a minimum recharge volume that attempts to mimic what happens today. Additionally, there's requirements for water quality, so having to treat the water before it's put back into the ground, which meets the standard under this that the recharge that does not degrade the groundwater quality. So I think due diligence has been made in this area, and that sufficient review has occurred, and that the spirit and intent of this normal special permit process has been done, which would then allow the board to grant this process waiver and grant the comprehensive permit, which would include the approval of that otherwise special permit.
Can I ask a follow-up
Sure.
question? So you're saying that due diligence has been made, even though the design may change and be refined, given proximity to the well? I mean, I guess that's the concern on the site. There's a lot of groundwater movement across this site, and it is close to one of the town wells.
Yes, I mean, that's why there are standards that need to be met for water quality, for treatment of stormwater, for attenuation of stormwater, and for the recharge of stormwater. So what you're trying to do is just mimic what happens today. It rains on the ground soaks in some of the rain, and some of the rain runs off to the wetlands and to the well area. Introduction of the impervious areas does two things. It can change the quality of that water, and that's why it needs to be treated before it's put into the ground. And it can change the quantity of that water, and that's why there are these prescribed amounts of recharge volume that has to be included in the system designs to meet that. So customarily, it's not that the board would not grant a special permit for impervious cover in the water resource district. The process is to make sure that those standards are met, and if those standards are met, then it's presumed that the well is protected.
There are later waivers related to the stormwater. This is about like the recharge check by a hydrogeologist, right?
Correct.
Okay.
How much of the area are you covering, 80%?
53%, but that also includes the impervious areas for the wetland and the stream that are wet most of the year.
Okay, so what, does that bring it up to 80, or you're at 53%? I'm
No,
sure.
that's including the wetlands.
Right, they let you go up to 80%. You're only gonna be at 53, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, and I think this is something that they recently changed anyway. It used to be lower than 50%, I think at one time in the commercial 2 zone, that they changed. It's too bad Joe couldn't be here, because he knows more about it than I do, but I think they changed that to 80%.
And just one other point of clarification, as with the hydrogeologist, this site is downstream of the well, so the groundwater is moving away from the well from this site.
And that's in the existing condition and in the proposed condition?
Correct, yep. But the stream is all flowing away from the site, and that's with the same movement that the groundwater would do.
Okay, move to the next one.
16A, section 18540E4, drainage. Provision shall be made for on-site recharge of all stormwater runoff from impervious surfaces unless, following consultation with and written approval from the Conservation Commission, the building inspector determines that either recharge is infeasible because of site conditions or is undesirable because of uncontrollable risk to water quality from such recharge. Recharge shall be by surface infiltration through vegetative surfaces unless otherwise approved by the building inspector following consultation with the Conservation Commission. Dry wells shall be used only where other methods are infeasible and shall employ oil, grease, and sediment traps. Drainage from loading areas for hazardous materials shall be separately collected for safe disposal. Floor drainage systems in commercial industrial process areas which discharge to the ground without a Department of Environmental Protection permit are specially prohibited. Waiver granted to allow subsurface infiltration without the approval of the building inspector. This is a customary waiver request for a 40B proceeding as the regulations mandate. The Zoning Board of Appeals is required to act in place of all local permit granting authorities as part of the issuance of the comprehensive permit.
Joe, this falls under basically the same thing. We all set with this one too, or is there some questions?
Yeah, I think this one is just, has no correlation to the requirements under the state regulations, so this is something that's unique to Franklin. And they're just basically saying, we would rather you have surface infiltration than underground infiltration, and I'd surmise the motivation there is just kind of out of sight, out of mind. If you can't see what's happening underground, then you don't know what's happening underground. I think this is more the safeguards as the latter section speaks to with regards to loading docks and industrial sites and areas that might have hazardous chemicals. This is a residential, multifamily residential site. It will have a comprehensive, or it has a comprehensive stormwater operation and maintenance plan. There are conditions that they continue to follow those conditions to implement the O&M or survive after occupancy permits, and they're required to submit reports on an annual basis that they're maintaining the system. So I think in this instance, in a normal 40A instance, if somebody wanted to do underground infiltration, they'd go to the building inspector would consult with the Conservation Commission, and they'd determine that, okay, the risks are low, we'll let them do underground infiltration. So you're being asked to stand in those shoes of the building inspector and the Conservation Commission. And for the same reasons I discussed before with the due diligence, I'm comfortable saying that with the design as presented, with the components that will treat the stormwater before the infiltration, and with the ongoing operation and maintenance, the risk is low.
You have questions or just comments that you have for yourself? You wrote them.
Just comments for myself.
Okay. Check it out. Okay. Now we get into the stormwater part.
All right. Waivers from the Town of Franklin Stormwater Management Bylaw, Chapter 153, 1B, Section 15310, surety. Posting a surety at the discretion of the Director of Franklin Department of Public Works. Waiver requested not to require surety. This is a customary waiver request for 40B proceeding. As the regulations mandate, the Zoning Board of Appeals is required to act in place of all local permits granted by authorities as part of the issuance of the comprehensive permit.
Any questions on that one? No? Archie?
No.
Okay. Moving right along.
2B, Section 153-15A9, groundwater. Groundwater levels measured November to April in areas to be used for stormwater retention, detention, or infiltration. Waiver granted to provide groundwater elevations agreeable to the third-party stormwater peer review engineer. This is a customary waiver request for 40B proceeding. As the regulations mandate, the Zoning Board of Appeals is required to act in place of all local permits granted by authorities as part of the issuance of the comprehensive permit. The project will be permitted under the Mass DEP stormwater guidelines.
Joe, you want to comment on this one too?
Yeah, essentially, Mr. Chairman, I don't, long time ago, when we did soil testing, we had to do soil testing in the spring so we could see seasonal high groundwater. The groundwater actually being there and being high. So as certified soil evaluators, we can now go out and look at the evidence in the soil that the water leaves when it does come up high. And that allows us to determine the seasonal high groundwater at any time of the year. So that was done here. There was a third-party review of that. Yeah, so it's, I think it's fine.
If I remember correctly, Joe, wasn't it measured in May and it was deemed like that was unusually wet or something, so it was sufficient?
That could be the case too, that happens. But back in, I think it was 1994, DEP revised Title V for septic systems. And that's when there was the implementation of the certified soil evaluators. And for us certified soil evaluators to be able to do this, we need to take a class and take a test and do continuing education. And the whole idea of that was we are trained to be able to see this evidence and not have to wait for spring high water. So even in times of drought, it might be May, but it's a drought, we could still call where the seasonal high groundwater is. So I think it's just changed. This is I'm not sure when the genesis of this requirement was. I'm gonna guess because it's a stormwater bylaw, it's fairly recent, but it's just kind of a belt and suspenders. You know, if we just say you can't test in the summer, then you take that risk out that the certified soil evaluator might not see that evidence. But here, I think with, again, the third-party review, diligence was made to make sure that these systems are designed to be above the seasonal high groundwater, which is the whole intent.
And the intent of the waiver is that the groundwater levels were already measured, and if we grant this waiver, they don't have to go back and measure them again in this November to April window.
Correct.
Any other?
All set with that?
Yep.
Okay.
3B, Section 15316A, control of stormwater shall meet the Town of Franklin subdivision of land stormwater regulations. Waiver granted to allow the control of stormwater not meet the Town of Franklin subdivision of land stormwater regulations. This is a customary waiver request for 40B proceeding. As the regulations mandate, the Zoning Board of Appeals is required to act in place of all local permits granted by authorities as part of the issuance of the comprehensive permit. The project will be permitted under the Mass DEP stormwater guidelines.
Maybe I should go backwards this time instead of asking Joe to talk when you don't have to. Do you have any questions on this? No? Okay, all set. Moving right along.
Now we're into Conservation Commission and wetlands-related waivers. Waivers from the Town of Franklin Wetlands Protection Bylaw, Chapter 181. 1C, Franklin Wetlands Protection Bylaw, Chapter 181-1. Additional functions, purpose. Additional functions, characteristics, standards, and procedures under the bylaw. Waiver granted from application of additional standards and procedures listed in local bylaw. Proposed work to comply with requirements of Mass Wetlands Protection Act. Basically, the next three waivers all have the same waiver request, similar waiver request and explanation.
Any questions on those? 3 or 4? What are we down to? 4C?
Right. The comments we got from the Conservation Commission chair basically said in their capacity, they couldn't recommend we grant all these waivers because it is per their bylaw. That's my understanding of that letter.
I didn't see it.
It was addressed to you.
I know, but I don't remember it.
You got it right here.
Mr. Chairman, for you, I don't think I think in fact that letter was specific about certain bylaws which we do need to discuss for waivers. I'm not sure, you could pull it out, but I don't think it addressed Chapter 181, which is more procedural and logistical in terms of having to go to the Conservation Commission to then have them basically deal with it and enforce or waive the next set of waivers that we've requested for, which is the Franklin Wetland Protection regulations themselves. So, for example, 2C is jurisdictional, 1C is purpose, and, you know, the business about the 200-foot riverfront, it's really covered more specifically, not just by the State Act, which we know we have to comply with, the State Wetlands Protection Act, but, you know, addressed in the substantive provisions below. So I see these as necessary to make clear, as is everything else with the town local regulations, that we simply go to the zoning board of appeals.
But you still gotta meet the mass wetlands protection.
Yes, and that's what's stated in the third column.
Yep.
While we're reviewing these, shall we pull up the Concom letter? You have it, Archie?
What paragraph?
I can't find it in the files, but, I mean, they're referenced specifically.
The letter is dated October 30th, and...
Yeah, we got it here.
Okay.
We're not talking about one through 4C, are we? We down to 5C now, or are we still talking about the other ones?
We are down to 5C. Is the from 4C through 7C. Concom says applicant is requesting a waiver. The commission does not recommend waiving bylaws and is willing to work with the applicant to find successful ways to potentially implement the project while protecting the interests of the town on the following regulations. So the next chunk that are mentioned is bylaws, section 2, 4.2, 4.3, and 4.4.
Where are we, on another page with that?
No, it's this, it's 4C, 5C, 6C, and 7C.
Okay.
And this is where I think I wasn't clear in terms of, are they recommending we not grant these waivers, knowing that they're going to be reviewing as part of the Wetlands Protection Act review anyway?
Quentin, where are you with the Conservation Commission? I know that they held out their vote, but, I mean, you've already gone over all this stuff, haven't you?
Yes.
You showed them plans that you were gonna be within, closer than 25 feet.
Yes.
Closer than 50 feet.
Yes.
Closer than 100 feet.
Yes.
It all meet mass DEP regulations.
Correct, yes, sir.
So these are just the local regulations, they're suggesting that we don't wait.
Yes, sir.
That's why they're here.
They're the only town commission that's commented, so that's why I want to be respectful to their comments.
Now, just so we get a clear view of this, you guys, that the last meeting you had when we just left it, and they said they're gonna vote on it in January. They don't want any more record, they don't want you to change anything else?
The last meeting, we were kind of expecting actually to get a vote from them
I
last
watched
month.
one meeting when they said they were gonna do it in November sometime.
Yeah,
so.
we were expecting it to happen last month. It's very common for conservation commissions to issue order of conditions prior to a zoning board issuing a comprehensive permit. I have been involved in multiple projects that have done that. For whatever reason, Franklin Commission preferred to go this route, so January 15th, we have our next hearing with them. Everything has been fully peer-reviewed. We have a sign-off letter from Beta indicating no further comments. That meeting, we are planning to go through special conditions, and then I don't know if the vote's going to occur on January 15th or 2 weeks from then, which would be the end of January. I'm not sure where Conservation Commission stands on that, but that's where we're at in that process, from my opinion.
So right now, if you went to the January 15th meeting, you're expecting that they approve everything that you guys all talked about?
I haven't heard anything from the commission that would indicate that they have an issue with the proposed plans and application that has been fully reviewed by the commission and Beta up to this
And you got a
date.
clear letter from Beta,
Yes, sir.
so you're basically all set.
Rico's got her hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Ricolai, I'm sorry, I didn't see you.
It's okay, no problem. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, fine.
Perfect. Just a brief point of clarification. The commission hasn't even drafted conditions yet. In fact, some of the commissioners were even discussing adding on potential conditions at the last meeting. So I just want to make it known that there's no promise of an approval at the next meeting. I would hate to step in front of what the other commissioners have discussed yet. Being respectful of their jurisdiction and powers here, authority, I guess is a better word. If I may address Janelle real quickly, and the question on if the commission approves and likes the plan. The commission has only reviewed the current site plan under the Wetlands Protection Act, so they haven't been able and have not said anything about work within the 0 to 25 no-touch buffer zone, infrastructure being within the 25 to 50-foot buffer zone, noting that that would fall under ZBA. So while I think it's fair to say the commission has reviewed the current site plan in its entirety under the Wetlands Protection Act, I don't think it's fair to say that the commission approves the plan and is hunky-dory and okay with it foregoing local bylaw. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
Rico, I guess the next question would be, if we approved all these waivers that are requested, what would the commission do? Approve it that way, based upon the
Yep,
Mass
that's
Wetlands
correct.
Protection? Okay.
Yep, then the site plan would not need revision, therefore there wouldn't need revisions on Concom side or any future permit amendment.
Okay. Eight C.
Go ahead.
I dropped the call, but that's Concord for you. I'm back.
Okay, thanks. I was getting worried. I thought you fell asleep.
No, Concord sucks.
Are you all set with
The weather's
those?
cloudy, we lose
Set with those?
all reception.
Okay, 8C.
Franklin, 8C, Franklin Wetlands Protection Bylaw Regulations 5. Procedure for requesting variance from bylaw regulations, waiver granted for variance request requirement, applicable bylaw provisions and regulations thereunder expected to be waived, therefore rendering this section unnecessary.
You all set down?
Yep. 9C, instructions for filing an NOI in Franklin 7.4.4 local filing fee. Waiver requested for local filing fee. Waiver granted for local NOI filing fee. Waiver from local Conservation Commission regulations. Project will comply with Mass Wetlands Protection Act. I had a question about this one. If Concom is reviewing for compliance with Mass Wetlands Protection Act. Is there already a filing fee and NOI in place?
Rico, I guess you can answer that. Somebody else's hand up there?
That's Brico Eyes.
Okay,
Yeah.
thanks. Yeah, so they did file concurrently with the notice of intent. I think the question was on fees. Is that right, filing fees?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so they have not paid local filing fee. Their filing fee, I believe, only totals about $1,600. So the commission has asked that that not be waived. However, if ZBA were to waive that, then they just proceed as normal, I guess.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Tennessee.
Can we come back to that one?
Yeah, I was just gonna say no.
Yeah.
Make them pay the $1,600. I'm sure they'll pay it.
All right.
Cost them.
Rico, are you sure that filing fee 1,600, is that what you said?
That's correct, yep. It's a base fee, I'm sorry, that it would be less than a gram. It's a base fee of $600, and then it's like $100 per unit. That's what we discussed at our meetings prior, AJ. So it's, I mean, to be fair, if I may be so broad, it's pennies.
You said $100 per unit,
You'd have to look at our filing fee, but that's correct.
so
Base
it's
fee is $600.
$25,000.
It's not more, it's
Oh,
more than
there you go,
1,600.
$2,500.
Yeah, so, no, 25,000. And we did not file a local application. We only filed under the Wetland Protection Act.
It's $100 per unit. You have oh, I see. Yep, you're right. Your math is right. Regardless, we would ask that, the applicant pay the filing fee.
And that's a different thing. If it was $1,600, I'm sure they would have paid it. Okay, that's a question mark for, when we get through.
Okay.
10C.
Franklin Wetlands Protection Bylaw Regulations 711.1 and 711.2. Not to follow certain instructions which are specific to local regulations relating to the submittal of a mitigation plan and are not applicable required in Mass WPA. In 711.1, narrative to describe the application of avoid, minimize, and mitigate calculus, and in 711.2, a separate narrative required that may include items from the Franklin Best Development Practices Guidebook. Waiver granted to not follow certain local instructions related to the submittal of a mitigation plan for wetlands buffer zone impacts. Mitigation plan required for compliance with Mass WPA has been provided.
Any questions on that one? So, you?
Yeah, I do. I guess I'm wondering why they're not gonna submit it, and maybe this last sentence says that Wetlands Protection Act has been provided.
Yeah, because they're going by the state wetlands protection. Act.
Right.
So they basically met what that says, I guess. Right, Quentin?
Yes,
You met the regulations, the state regulations.
correct.
Yeah.
Let it back.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hey, you can be the letter checker.
11C?
11C, Franklin Wetlands Protection Bylaw Regulations 713, submittal of alternatives analysis. Waiver granted for alternatives analysis, submittal for riverfront resource area, alteration of riparian zone, wetland filling up to 5,000 square feet, structures proposed within the 50-foot buffer zone resource area. Waiver from local regulation requirements for alternatives analysis. Alternatives analysis for work in riverfront area has been included in notice of intent.
You finally buckled under and did that, right? The analysis?
We submitted an alternatives analysis under the state requirements, yes, to the zoning board. But I believe this refers to a local alternatives analysis, which is more stringent, so.
What does it actually mean?
So the bylaw, from my understanding, has more triggers in the instructions for the alternatives analysis. So we submitted an alternatives analysis that meets the State Wetland Protection Act. The local has a different instructions and different requirements. So we submitted our alternatives analysis under the state. I can't tell you further than that. Maybe Joe can.
Yeah, well, Joe, you mentioned this one time about the alternative analysis, and evidently they did one. I think you told us one time that they did one, so.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, they took the one that they did for conservation under the rivers protection section of the wetlands regulations that require an alternatives analysis be made, and they submitted that to the ZBA. Whether or not that fully meets the requirements and would result in not needing this waiver, I don't, I think it's certainly not a big enough item to quibble over whether they need the waiver or they don't. They submitted something. And so it's not as if anyone's going to deem that to be insufficient at this point and do more, or if you deny this waiver, how could they then submit more information? I think essentially any exercise in an alternatives analysis says, did you look at other alternatives that would lessen the impact on the resource areas? This being part of the local wetlands bylaw. I think they have been working with the Conservation Commission under the State Act, which also serves to protect the wetlands, at looking how they can mitigate, avoid, pull back, what have you. So certainly if they just fully complied with the local wetland setback requirements, that would have pulled them back, and that's not happening because they still need those waivers. But the hardest part about an alternatives analysis is always goes to the authority that has to review that in determining, did they do enough? Did they explore all alternatives? And the question always comes up, why can't they just do less? And in the context of a 40B, that's a very difficult question because we get into the whole economic viability question. And the board chose not to go there, not to ask for additional information with regard to this alternatives analysis, and the public hearing is now closed. So I think from the standpoint of whether you grant this waiver or not, I think it's kind of a foregone conclusion because you didn't ask for any more information, and denying this waiver would require more information. I think it just need be granted.
Okay. What did Beta say about it?
I believe they were only reviewing it under the Wetlands Protection Act, and they have no further comments for us.
Okay.
And we did provide an alternatives analysis for the riverfront area disturbance, which was required.
Okay. Any question? Next.
C, Franklin Wetlands Protection Bylaw Regulations 714, replication ratio of 2:1, functions and values included in replication plan and protocol. Waiver granted for evaluation of functions and values of lost wetlands and inclusion of these functions and values in replication plan protocol and replication at 2:1 ratio. Replication provided at less than 2:1. Waiver from local regulation requirements. Project will comply with Mass Wetlands Protection Act. So the project as proposed has a 1-to-1 replication ratio?
Slightly over 1-to-1.
How much?
The square footage is 7,145 of the proposed. I don't have the existing square footage in front of me. But the Wetland Protection Act requires 0.
These are locally regulated, isolated, vegetated wetlands only, which they don't have any jurisdiction in the State Wetland Protection Act, but we did our best to replicate as much area as we could fit on the site. So we tried to meet it to the best extent we could.
How about that acre you wanted to donate to the town? Can you do any replication over there?
We can't, it's not that easy. I wish it was that easy. There's a whole bunch of requirements to be able to have an area for a replication
What about
area.
what you're digging out front? You say you're digging everything from the sidewalk in? Make a retention
A
area?
flood mitigation storage area, yeah.
I'll send it down.
Yep.
13C. Three-quarter pages.
13C, Franklin Wetlands Protection Bylaw Regulations 715, construction sequence and schedule, waiver granted for submittal of construction sequence and schedule on plan set, waiver from local regulation requirements. I have a question on this one.
Okay.
So, I mean, similar to the 12C, I think that might be one of the only ones in here where you said, you know, it's not the state, but you're trying to meet, at least partially, the local bylaw. So I assume there has to be a construction sequence and schedule about the work to the wetlands. Why can't that just be provided?
I'm sure the order of conditions will feature a special condition that requires us to provide this information. I don't have the draft, though. I haven't seen any of the conditions, so. This is just simply the local instructions under the local act.
So you assume you're gonna get something from the Concom?
I haven't received a draft yet.
No, but you think you're gonna get something?
We're certainly hoping.
Or they might not just say anything about it. And then you wouldn't have to do it at all.
Right.
They don't say anything. If they tell him to do it, he's gotta do it. Probably something we don't have to give, but I don't see the problem doing it. If it's gonna be in the conditions.
I mean, I think it's,
You can ask Breaker if she thinks it'll be in the conditions.
This is kind of more belts and
Again.
suspenders.
Yeah.
You can, it's okay. It can be removed, I think.
okay. Great. A project like this, I don't think there's anything wrong with belts and suspenders.
No, I didn't mean it like that. I just meant that going through the bylaw, it's so long and there's so many intricacies.
Yeah.
We, of course, figured we would have to submit a construction sequence and schedule to the Conservation Commission as part of our order of conditions. But we didn't necessarily know it would meet Franklin's specific instructions. That's all.
And also, I think we just want to note that we wanted to provide this post-approval and a condition so that the contractor could sequence the construction how he wanted. And this, as it's written, would have been required before the permit was issued. So I think
It's a timing issue.
it's kind of a timing thing.
Okay.
But I can certainly tell you, we will obviously have to comply with whatever the order of conditions says. And I know there's going to be many special conditions there that, that we'll comply with.
Happy to hop in here,
Go ahead, Breaker.
provide some historical context as well. Typically, the commission will actually condition that it's just provided as a pre-construction or prior to start So happy to pick up the slack on that too.
Thank you. 14C,
We also have 13?
I mean, I heard that it could potentially be struck from the list of waivers.
Well, that was before he mentioned that it was a potential timing issue. If it's gonna be a condition in the order of conditions anyways, I would hope that it could be struck, because if there's a timing problem and it says that per Franklin Wetlands Bylaw Regulation 7.15, we had to provide it prior to order of conditions issuance, then I would be in violation. So I would prefer it stays, and we will obviously do what the order of conditions requires.
So, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Franklin Wetlands Protection Bylaw Regulation 7/1815. Information to be shown on plans. Waiver of requirement that plans show existing vegetation, i.e. lawn, cultivated herbaceous and woody plant areas, uncultivated fields, scrub, and woodland areas, and woody plants larger than 1 inch in diameter proposed to be removed. Waiver from local regulation requirements.
Your plan doesn't show all that stuff already?
No.
We don't show every plant over 1 inch in diameter. That would be a massive undertaking on the site, this vegetated in size.
And where are these, like in the places that gotta be replicated and everything anyway? You're probably gonna take them out to begin with?
We have a limit of work on there, but, I mean, within the wetlands, there's thousands, maybe tens of thousands of plants that we'd have to provide on the plan.
So the Conservation Commission recommends that we not grant this waiver. I guess maybe we can get some
Rika?
information from Brika on
Yes, Chair Hunter.
it
Summon
just-
me and I will,
It just
show
seems
up.
repetitive and a big undertaking to do what they're talking, what that talks about. Maybe it
Yes,
isn't.
you're not wrong on that. The commission's currently actually going through their bylaws to get this revamped, this certain portion. Typically, the commission asks for 3 inch or greater as a transect sampling. So you're not actually sampling every single tree, you're doing a transect sampling and doing a line of best fit.
it. So plants larger than 3 inches?
Correct.
How many
Yep.
how many of those you got, Quinn?
Thousands.
Yeah. Just seems like redundancy. If they're not gonna touch them, why you gotta identify them, I guess.
I will note, we did locate all the trees on the eastern buffer over 10 inches on the plan to make sure we try to keep as many as possible for the butter screening.
There ain't much stuff on the other side of the river anyway, is there? Going towards the dealership?
Not
I think it's
really.
the other way down
Yeah,
towards
down-
the stream
down
is the issue.
On the southeastern side, yeah, okay.
Bruce, I have a question. Is this like the diameter of like the trunk or like the leaf?
It's the trunk.
It's the trunk, okay.
Yeah. Don't forget, it was a nursery at one time. There could be a lot of stuff that was planted as a nursery that never got picked, and that's why it's there. But anyway, so how do you feel on that?
So there is a plan showing existing vegetation, just not down to the 1 inch diameter.
We show on the existing conditions plans clouded areas where existing trees are.
And all the surface materials of vegetated versus gravel versus pavement are all illustrated on the plans
Yeah,
also.
we're just not gonna go into the level of detail of measuring and locating every single thousands and thousands of trees that are on the site.
That you may not touch.
Correct.
Right, and even a 3 inch tree is pretty small. There'd be a lot of them.
What plan number has the existing? Do that on that.
C1.
I think they have software for that, no?
Yeah, you think you could just talk into the microphone, I would tell you.
It would be the second page of the PDF, V101, with the existing condition.
Zoom down and.
Yeah.
make a plan for you.
Yeah.
I got it. Okay.
Looks like we're getting ready.
Okay.
15C?
15C. 15C, 16C, and 17C are all somewhat related. This is waivers from the Town of Franklin Conservation Commission Regulations, Chapter 271. Chairman powers and duties. Waiver requested for the project to be subject solely to the Massachusetts Wetlands Protection Act and regulations thereunder. I'm going to just sort of read them off this way. 16C, vote requirements, 271-9D, and 17C, vote requirements, 271-9, HIK, L, and M. These are all being asked to be waived, allowing requirements solely to the WPA and regulations thereunder. And if I remember the letter correctly, Archie, maybe you can check that the Concom chair says to not grant these.
Brika, what do these mean?
I'm dueling tonight with the baby monitor. So I heard chairman duties. What were the other ones
Well, it was
specifically?
15C, 16C, vote requirements, and it just speaks about waiver to conduct separate hearings under the town wetland bylaw protection. Waiver granted allowing voting requirements, waiver granted allowing the project to subject solely to the WPA and regulations thereunder. Waiver granting and allowing voting requirements solely with the WPA and regulations thereunder.
Sure, those are mainly procedural and they do mirror the Wetlands Protection Act pretty closely. I would say the biggest points of contention for Conservation Commission, speaking on their behalf, is probably Section 4, so the buffer zones, and then specifically definitions. Other than that, most of it is just procedural, so, which is neither here nor there since ZBA would be the point of contact.
Okay, which we'd probably just refer them to you anyway, so.
All right, so the letter from the chair says, due to the complexity of this site and the situation regarding the wetland resources contained therein, as well as the directive, jurisdiction, and mandate of the Franklin Conservation Commission, we also request the following waivers not be granted from within the Town of Franklin Conservation Commission Regulations, Chapter 271.
Reason being?
It was that because of the complexity of the site and the wetland resources contained therein. Is it, if it's just procedural, it still gets reviewed by the Conservation Commission just through the ZBA on the Wetlands Protection Act requirements? Is that correct?
Yes. So I run this by our own town attorney too, just to make sure I'm understanding process correctly. So ZBA maintains authority. You can ask Concom to chime in as content experts on their own bylaw or ZBA can move forward full steam ahead without input. However, as I've said before, and I hope this answers your question, any change to the plan set, Concom will still have to review under the Wetland Protection Act.
Okay.
So a review would still have to happen concurrently. So if ZBA, for example, says the applicant can't be within 25 feet of a wetland resource area, well, then that's going to change the review of the Wetlands Protection Act as well, potentially. It'd probably actually lessen any impact numbers, but I digress.
Okay. All right.
So if it comes to us, we're probably gonna refer it to them anyway, so I'm
Yep.
gonna just define it as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. 18C is related, definition of key terms in the town wetlands protection bylaw. So that chunk is all together.
Yeah, okay, you're all set with that one too.
Yep.
Okay.
Bless you.
Bless you.
Thank you.
All right, that's it for Concom. Waivers from Town of Franklin subdivision of land regulations for 444 East Central Street, 1D, Section 306 plan, believe not to require approval. We talked about this last time. Waiver requested to allow the ZBA, not the planning board, to determine whether the plan does not require approval and endorse the plan. Waiver granted allowing the ZBA, not the planning board, to determine whether the plan does not require approval and endorse the approval not required plan submitted to the board. This is a customary waiver request for 40B proceeding. As the regulations mandate, the ZBA is required to act in place of all local permit granting authorities as part of the issuance of the comprehensive permit.
When can we sign this? After the decision is rendered and it's filed, and if it gets approved, it gets approved. If it doesn't get approved, what happens then? I mean, why do I want to sign it now?
I'll let Peter Freeman or Mark
Go ahead, Peter.
comment on the condition
Yeah,
language.
I think Mark addressed it in a condition, but also really all it means is that you would, and I think the review has already been done in terms of whether it meets the conditions of an A&R plan. It's just procedural that the board, the zoning board would sign it, not the planning board. But you certainly don't need to sign it until, you know, you have approved the final plans to be submitted. It has to be done in order to achieve the separation of the parcels that we discussed last time and that have shown on the plan. So, you know, there's no substantive harm whatsoever. It could be either signed when the Mylar is submitted, because even with the final plans, I don't think these lot lines are going to change. So actually it could be submitted when the Mylar, it could be endorsed by the zoning board when the Mylar is submitted, which could be any time after the filing of this decision.
We've already submitted a Mylar.
Yeah, we got a Mylar
Yeah,
sitting here.
so it could be signed any time after, you know, the decision is made.
Okay, that's all I was getting at. We don't have to sign it tonight. One more.
One more. Waiver from Town of Franklin Official Home Rule Charter, 1E. Article 2, 2-4-1, Article 2, 2-6-4, acceptance of gift. Waiver requested to allow the ZBA to approve the donation of land located along the southern perimeter of the property as shown on the A&R plan, which shall be conservation open space land as a potential addition to the town forest. An acceptance of gift resolution or any further action by or granted by the town council shall not be required to gift, convey, deed land to town. Applicant to follow applicable state laws. Waiver granted to allow the...
Well, that,
Hang on a minute.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mark.
that may not comply with
Yeah,
applicable
that's the
state
piece
law.
of mud they want to give to the town.
So
Not so.
that's not a rule or requirement, as I see it, under, that's forgivable under Chapter 40B. This is not a local requirement or regulation. This is a state law that in order to accept the property, the municipality must follow certain procedures. Otherwise, people would just dump unwanted property on municipalities. So I would eliminate, you know, if you want to give them that piece of land, just say subject to applicable law, period. That's it.
No, we're not giving it to them. They're going to give it to us
Yeah.
if we want.
And the condition.
No, and the ZBA can't bless it and make all that other stuff go away. That's my point.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
Through Mr. Chairman, as to state requirements for dealing with just disposition of state property, be it taking or receiving a gift, I absolutely agree with Mark. The condition that is drafted specifically to address this does state what Mark said, you know, subject to state law. I view this bylaw as being something that requires some local action in terms of accepting a gift above and beyond what the state requires. So I don't see any harm in granting it, because I think there's something that's put some local twist on it. But it certainly is understood that the town will have to comply with state law. So I don't see any harm in granting it. I think it makes clear that it's the state law that controls, just like with everything else. And the condition addresses it specifically.
So we're all covered with that, Mark?
Yeah, Peter and I are going to exchange the final draft one last time before I send it back to the board, so we can work it out.
Okay. All right, so.
So it's, the waiver is consistent with the condition that's written and needs to be granted to be consistent with the conditions or not? I heard both things.
Mark, I guess the question comes, when do we tell them we don't want it?
Well, I think it's not up to us to say, it's not up to the ZBA to say if we want it or not. And this waiver is saying it is up to us and that the town doesn't have a say, is how I read it.
Yeah, especially the place where, well, I think that probably the safest thing that Peter and I can do here, since this is a charter provision, is talk to Council Mark Sorrell and ask him whether this is as he understands local law.
I certainly don't think that this waiver, if granted in any way, orders or mandates that the donation be made. Number one, I just don't think it says that. Number two, the condition specifically states that it is up to the town to decide, and we put in a, time limit. And also said, as I said earlier, clearly it says in the condition that it's subject to state law. So, as I say, language such as, the town council adopting an acceptance of gift resolution, I viewed that as a local thing, which is not the same wording as the state statute, but there is certainly provision that there be town council votes and various things under state law. So that's why I see it as relevant but not harmful to the town by granting this waiver.
It's much ado, and I think we can work it out in the,
Yeah.
let's leave it in for now. Let's leave it in for now. I do agree with Peter that at the end of the day, it has to comply with applicable law, so.
So it's really got nothing to do with us then? So if the town wants it, they'll take it, if not, they don't.
Well, it has to do with us because we're the ones voting on whether we grant this waiver or not.
Waiver for what, for them to give it?
The waiver for the,
But if the town don't take it, then they don't have to give
that
it.
we're approving all aspects of the land conveyance.
But I guess they just said we can't do that. according
So
to-
then let's get rid of the waiver request.
We take it out, Mark, would it make a difference?
Mr. Chairman, through you, I think that's not quite correct. It's purely procedural. Like I said before, and Mark agrees, it in no way indicates that you are saying the land must be donated. And you wouldn't have that power under state law. So it simply is a procedural thing where I view it as some extra beyond state statutory requirements for handling the taking or giving of town land, interests in land. And it's, as Mark said, I mean, it's really just procedural.
Can you point to?
Mark and I can.
Can you point to
I mean,
what the
Why do you want
extra
to-
piece is?
Why do you need a waiver to ask the Board of Health to approve? I mean, that's not the normal function of a zoning board of appeals.
What did you just mention? You said the Board of Health?
No, the board of, the request says waiver requested to allow the ZBA to approve the
Right.
donation of land. So that exceeds their authority by a large measure. So why not just say waive, I mean, really what you're asking is that the zoning board of appeals make a recommendation to the higher power
Well,
to take the.
I'll grant you, I suppose it could be tightened up, but it could be simply done to tie the condition that, you and I have agreed on, to this waiver. It could simply refer to that condition. I agree, we're not saying that the zoning board is approving or disapproving the conveyance. They're simply allowing it if the town wants it. That's what the condition says, just so everybody knows that.
I would be more comfortable if it said simply that, I don't see the action that the Board of Appeals is taking here, or is authorized to take, which
I
is a
agree, it's in-
requirement or regulation.
I concede it's inartfully or unartfully worded, because we're not asking the zoning board to take action. We're just asking the zoning board to approve a waiver so that we don't need whatever a gift resolution, quote unquote, is from the town council, but subject to state law, which probably requires something that's called something else, but has the same substantive meaning as a gift resolution. So we're not asking that the zoning board really do anything other than say we don't have to get whatever that special vote from the town council is. And it is likely to be quite redundant of what the state requires, which is why I agree we can strike the top of this section, second column, not referring to as zoning board action, and we can also tie it to the specific condition. I think that should make it clearer and not be of concern.
Do you remember the Groton case, Peter?
Exactly why you and I agree, because 40B does not override whatever the state requirements are for the dealing of a municipality dealing with its accepting land or taking interests in land.
Seems
Yeah,
like
so
we're
when it says
wasting-
an acceptance of gift resolution or further action by or granted by town council shall not be required, that's kind of like in the Groton case, them asking the Board of Appeals to grant an easement to town property on which the municipal light plant was located. And I just think it walks really close to that line, that's all. Well, let's just wordsmith it, we can do it.
Yeah, we can wordsmith it.
I think we're wasting a lot of time.
For your information, Mr. Chairman, yeah, there's a case many years ago in Groton where the applicant needed to cut for site distance on the property of the municipality, and the Housing Appeals Committee actually ordered the grant of an easement for them to do it, and the court stepped in, the highest court, and said, you can't, that's not a local requirement or rule. For a town to grant an easement, there are certain statutory prerequisites that can't be wiped out by a waiver under Chapter 40B. So that's what I'm fearing here, that's all.
Yeah. No, understood, but we're not asking for the zoning board. And again, it's not phrased as well as it could be. We apologize, but, we're not asking for the town to grant any interest or to take away any interest. It's really not action by the ZBA, which is why it's not worded really as carefully as it could be.
I'm confident we can wordsmith it, so
Yeah.
we will.
Yeah, as long as the condition says it's, first of all, up to the town, which we're in agreement of, okay? And subject to town approval, which if the town does not approve, we are not in violation of that permit condition. That's all we're looking for. And the condition, as long as it says that, this doesn't matter.
Cost you about $500 to get
Yeah,
that point.
understood.
Okay, let's go back to the beginning. I got a question mark on 5A, second page.
In the waivers?
Yeah, that was a hole. I don't know if we
Oh,
settled
okay.
it or not. I got a check out
Yep,
too. I gotta put-
got it.
No, I do have a question on it.
Okay.
I guess it goes to Brita, what her feelings are on this. I mean, it just seems to me that we're waiving the 35-foot setback from a stream and having our building come 18 feet to the stream.
Okay, I'm just wondering if it comes under zoning regulations or if it comes under Concom.
Well, it's under
Joe.
the
This
section
is
headed
zoning.
Joe,
Yeah.
5A, it's on the second page of the waivers, we had a question on that, the stream setback. Is that a
Yeah.
Concom thing, or is that a zoning thing?
It's zoning.
Okay,
And as I said, it's redundant to the wetlands requirement.
So, can you just expand on that? So they've looked at that under their,
No.
Regulations?
It's not within their jurisdiction. I'm not sure why the town fathers in their infinite wisdom felt that, you know, that Franklin needed a stream setback within the zoning in addition to a local wetland bylaw that would also have a similar setback. They're not exactly the same, because the local wetlands bylaw is a 25-foot no disturb, and there's restrictions on structures within 25 to 50.
what's the
This
state?
is a specific
It
35.
may predate, it may predate everything, Joe. I've seen that a lot.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of towns had this kind of thing in place back in the 60s before the Hatch Act was adopted.
Okay, so that one's up. Everybody else out with that one?
I mean, as long as conservation has got something similar that they've looked at.
Rika, I hate to bother you again.
Just get a baby up.
It's all right, I'm here.
This doesn't really have anything to do with you, but it does say setbacks from streams and ponds. They're looking for a waiver on that to allow the buildings and parking areas within 35 feet horizontal of the stream. Closest building is 18 feet plus or minus from the stream, and closest parking is 40 feet from the stream. So evidently, one corner of a building must be within 18 feet. Maybe it's the whole wall, I don't know, but that doesn't, you people probably look at that anyway, correct?
Well, we haven't reviewed, yes, we've reviewed within the 100-foot buffer zone under the Wetlands Protection Act. The Wetlands Protection Act, in layman's terms, more or less, will allow you to develop within that entire 100 feet.
Okay.
Town bylaw and then your zoning bylaw and reg have specifics to try and pull that back. So I think at this point, and definitely rely on your content experts, but it's up to ZBA to decide either one or none at all.
Joe, any problem with a 18-foot setback on the plans that we looked at?
I think in that area, Mr. Chairman, it's the clubhouse.
Oh, that's the clubhouse we're talking about? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's already disturbance in that area.
There's already water right beside the clubhouse anyway when they put the pool in, right? So they're gonna be closer than 18 feet probably by the time we get done.
Yeah.
Almost up.
Okay. Let me see, 1110A, I don't know, I got an X on that, we just took that one out.
10A has been strict, we took that out. I think.
Okay. And the one right below it, parking schedule, I got a hold on that, but it's probably because we wanted them to see what they could do about getting it to 1.65, which, I don't know. We could approve the plan at 1.65 and then they'd have to make it up somehow.
I know initially we tried to.
You know, we did, but then they
Resulted
changed the
in-
buildings, they
yeah.
went, they met they almost met it, and then
Right.
they went to 1 point something.
Right,
And now they came back to 1.53, so I know that they made efforts to get where we wanted to be. So I think I questioned that one, so I'm fine with it now, okay. What's this other one here? 15A. There's a question on that, impervious coverage. I think we already had quite a lengthy discussion on this here. Joe, 15A, impervious coverage.
Yeah, we had a lengthy discussion with regards to artificial recharge,
Yeah, right.
due diligence, and in my estimation, the spirit of the the spirit of the procedural requirements have been satisfied.
Okay. Anybody else got a question on that one? All right, moving right along here, we'll go to, I don't see any holes on the next page. Let's just go quick and discuss 9C, the waiver request for filing fees, which initially we thought it was $1,600, but I guess it turns out to be $26,600.
About that.
$25,000 just on the number of
What's
units.
the number? What's the number of that one again, Mr. Chairman?
9C, it's like, it's under the,
Okay, yep. I see,
request a
yep.
waiver of local filing fee with the Concom. Evidently, they haven't paid anything on the NOI. Or did you pay?
We did. We paid the state required fees, which the town got a share of.
Yeah,
All right,
yeah.
okay.
So we don't get 100 per unit.
No, because we didn't file a local fee, a local application. So that's why we asked for the waiver.
Exactly.
You filed a local
Yeah.
application, but with no fee?
No, we filed an application under the Wetland Protection Act, and we
Yeah.
paid those fees.
Okay,
We didn't file an application under Franklin's local wetland bylaw,
okay,
and that's where that fee is.
okay. Mike, that's $26,600, the way I calculate it, but
Sounds about right. yeah.
somewhere around
That's
there.
not even your fees, the state's.
Yeah, okay. Rika said 1,600, I would have gone with that.
No, that's just clarification, that the 1,600 is the state calculated fee, and approximately half goes of that goes to the town, and half goes to the state. So that has been paid, and as part of them filing a notice of intent. If the state didn't get the fee, they wouldn't issue a file number, and they wouldn't be able to give a, final decision on that. So all of that has been done. This is a local wetland bylaw fee that would normally be submitted concurrently with the state application, with the local application to the Conservation Commission. That local approval is being subsumed into the comprehensive permit. So they're just saying, we're not submitting a local application to the Conservation Commission. Why should the Conservation Commission also get a fee?
Okay. All set, Don?
Well, I was questioning it because the Conservation Commission is the one reviewing that the project is in compliance with the state Wetlands Protection Act.
They had.
And there are fees related to that have been paid.
The $800.
No, peer review fees in excess of, I think, 25 or 30,000.
Who was Beta? Who they wanted to use, well, the Concom wanted to use them, so we said, go up. So, I guess if the Concom was reviewing them, they could have got the 26,000. Okay, by my chart, we're all set with that, with the waivers. I'll entertain a motion to approve the waivers as discussed. That an appropriate motion, Mark?
Sounds good to me.
Okay.
Hold on, we're leaving the 13C,
The last one about who's gonna take the mud pit?
now construction sequence.
Oh, the construction sequence. I thought I checked that off, that we were done with that. What was the number on it?
13C. I have a note that says, maybe stays Concom to address.
My notes say we checked it off because we're required to comply with the order of conditions anyways, and a similar condition will be in the order of conditions that we will have to comply with, so we'll submit something similar
For the
to this.
sequence, yeah, construction.
It's just the timing of it that was an issue.
So if we're voting as discussed, then the things that we talked about, like a couple areas of wordsmithing or cleaning up,
The
typos.
no less,
yeah, that kind of thing.
yeah.
that will all get picked up by whom? Attorney
Mark.
Bobrowski?
Yeah. Oh, Casey's taking really good notes.
Yeah, Casey's got them. Don't forget you had a week off.
Oh, boy.
Anyway, I'll entertain that motion. Okay, I'll make the motion to approve as discussed. Need a second to move something forward. We can have discussion after the motion's made.
I'll second it.
Motion made and second. Any discussion? Hearing none, the vote will come on the motion to approve. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye, no?
You vote aye or no?
No.
No, okay. 2-1. That passes. That passes, right, Mark?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, now I'd like to ask if we could go to the main decision
Please.
dated
Please.
12/15. It's a clean version that I emailed to you. I don't know if it was dated the 15th. I probably sent it on the 15th.
I don't know. Casey got us one. Casey got us one, but it's not dated.
If somebody wants to share it as a screen share, I can send it right now.
There's one up there, but I think that's the one I got.
It's got a,
Well, no, I sent her an email a couple hours ago now saying, get ready to share this on the screen.
That's it?
And she did respond to me.
Yeah, it's on the screen, I guess. It just doesn't have a date on it.
This is gonna be real quick. I'm gonna go through the first 17 pages of this.
Okay.
There are some minor changes. The clean draft as I prepared it on the 15th was as of our meeting in early December. And the applicant came back with some suggested changes. They're mostly minor. I just want to put them on the record. So if you'll just, if somebody can manage the screen share function and stick with me, there's about 15 of these things, and I can just, if somebody can scroll page to page, we can put this away real fast.
Yeah, we're on the, Gus is running the computer.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
just to make a note, it should be 355 East Central Street.
Yeah, there's some, I got a note, I got an email.
Sorry, Mark.
earlier that There's some other things I sent it.
No, I did make the change in another iteration of this, and I'll make it again.
Okay.
Thank you, Gus.
Go ahead.
So if we're on page 1 of the December 15th clean version, in the first paragraph, I note that the original application of the applicant had 5 multi-unit structures, not 4. And I'm going to make these changes in the final draft. So when any motion at the end of the evening will be subject to the changes outlined by me. I still need the dates of the public hearings confirmed by somebody on our end. That would be Casey.
Yeah, she's been working on
And
it.
I still need, that's okay. And I still on page 2 need the day of the balloons, the sidewalk rather.
Quentin must have-
So I will add the date of the sidewalk there.
You got that date?
It's forever in his memories.
On page 3, in paragraph 8, put a period after 444 East Central Lip Project, period. And strike the rest of the sentence. On page 4, there's a
Hang
very
on, Mark,
minor
hang
typo
on.
in paragraph 6.
Can I-
Mark, Janelle's got a question.
Are we going through every single one of Mark's comments and then we're flipping back to the front and going through any of the board comments? Or are we going sequentially through the
didn't-
whole?
No, we've already gone through this. We went through this at the beginning of the month.
I know, but on December 5th, I emailed you, Mark, with additional comments, and you said to bring them up the next time we met.
Yes, I think you had a specific suggestion for a condition.
I had like 10.
Well, it's, this is the time to bring them up.
Well, that's why I asked, like, are you going through everything and then we start back at the beginning, or you want me to just go as we, from page 1?
But if you can fit them in as we go through the pages, then that would be the most useful way to do it.
All right, so where you stop with your comments?
Well, I mean, I have one big general one about even us voting on this decision. It's a question about the LIP program altogether, in that if there is now a more formal ask from the Franklin Town Council to completely remove the project from the LIP program, then does that change the project eligibility? And do we need to wait for EOHLC to respond to the town council?
Well, I have a number of different reactions to that, but they all end up in the same place. Number one, EOHLC firmly, I think as firmly as possible, indicated that it would not consider the PEL rescinded simply because the town council had a vote to do that. That couldn't have been more clear to me. Number two, if there is to be a continuing controversy over whether EOHLC was right or wrong, I don't think it involves the Board of Appeals. It certainly would involve the town council, and the town council is free to seek some sort of judicial relief if that's what they think is the important next step. For example, they could file a request for a declaratory judgment. There certainly is an actual controversy, and we would more or less be bystanders to that at the Zoning Board of Appeals. It's not the business of the Board of Appeals to get into that. We're not a party to it.
But isn't one of the requirements of the comprehensive permit to have a project eligibility letter, and the one that we have references Franklin's LIP?
Yes, and
Is that
EOHLC in its letter
this is a local
very clearly
initiative
states
project.
from the general counsel of the agency that they do not consider there to be any defect in the PEO.
But Mark, you said that we go by what we started with on March 27th. Whatever was in place at that time, we go. It hasn't changed since then, as far as the letter goes.
What hasn't changed? The project?
Well, the
No.
project eligibility letter, that hasn't changed.
I understand. There was an attempt by the town council to rescind the PEL. It went up to EOHLC. They had a couple of bouts of uncertainty, it looks like, but ultimately the general counsel sent a letter saying it's not, in our opinion, rescinded. That if there's somebody who's displeased with that, then they have the right to, assuming they have standing, they have the right to take action.
I'm asking because there was another letter, more formal, that was written asking for, seeking a more formal response and on whether or not there were material changes to the project. And as much as I do not want to delay this process any further, I'm asking if we need to wait until that response on whether or not these are material changes needs to come from the state.
We don't have the luxury of that. This is a 180-day review process. We're well past that. The public hearing's been closed, and we are now in our 40-day period to render a decision. And that needs to be done, my calculation is by the end of this month, because we had the closure of the public hearing occurred on November 20th. So that plus 40 is, let's just call it December 30th. And then we have an additional, that assumes that we render a decision in that 40 days. We also get another 14 days to clean it up and file it with the town clerk. So that puts us roughly in the range of the 10th of January. We don't have the luxury of going beyond that, waiting.
Unless we agree to extend it again.
It's not for us to unilaterally extend it. I don't need to be guessing here to know that Attorney Freeman and his client are not going to agree to an extension.
And Mark, would I be safe to assume that if we don't do anything and don't act on it, they can file for a constructive grant and just about do whatever they want?
If they file for a constructive approval, then they will get the application approved as it was in its last revisions. They've changed the record plans that were submitted to the ZBA. So that's what's likely to happen.
Which plans, the first set, the second set, or the third set?
No, the dates of the revised plans are in the draft decision, and I made sure I got the dates from the applicant so that we weren't going to argue about the revised plans later. The revised plans are listed in condition B2, I think, which is on page 9, at the very bottom of the page.
Okay.
And there's a list of civil plans and landscape architecture, lighting plans, erosion control plans. We also added another one, architectural plans and drainage report. So those would be the plans of record, and a constructive grant would approve the plans of record.
Mr. Chairman, or to Mark Bobrowski through the chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
The EOHLC letter very specifically said that the EOHLC will not amend, withdraw, or rescind the PEL issued for this project on that basis, which was in response to the town council statements. That was part of the record. The hearing closed, as Mark said, on November 20th. Even the town letter that was, I think, days before November 20th, simply was a vote, and that they informed EOHLC, it was a vote that they withdrew their support for the project. It did not even specifically ask to withdraw the issuance of the Pell letter. So the hearing is closed. There is no basis to either postpone or to deny the project related to this project eligibility letter issue. And the final process that happens as a matter of course in any project is that the whole permit will be reviewed by the state agency at the so-called final approval. So there is simply no basis, and that's what I believe Mark is saying, to do anything other than take your required action within the time frames that Mark just described. Thanks.
Well, the
I
basis
just
of...
want to add, I want to add to that we're not a party to the dispute between EOHLC and the town council. That's something that the town council generated. We didn't co-sign the letter. The EOHLC directed its response to the town council, and I don't think we were even CC'd on it. And so if that is going to play out, it's by and between those parties.
Where my concern lies, and this is where there is a basis for this discussion, and the reason I'm even suggesting postponement of the vote on the draft decision, is that if this comprehensive permit is being put forth on the basis of a project eligibility letter which references a LIP, which is now being questioned by the town, now it's been formally sent to the state. It feels that this is more formalized in terms of it could change the underlying basis of the application.
Respectfully, worst case, that's dealt with at the final approval process. The hearing is closed. There is a conclusive nature of the project eligibility letter as it stands based on the regulation, even without what EOHLC said specifically in their letter. So I don't know how I could say that any more accurately, strongly, and respectfully, but there is simply no basis for what you're suggesting.
Well, the only letter that we have from EOHLC says that the town can't rescind the LIP because there's a change of town council. And so then the town council went back and wrote another letter explaining that they feel that there's been material changes in the project that were not amended, that did not go through the right process, and seeking EOHLC's response on that. That's what I'm thinking. So as soon as I saw that letter, I said, is there any chance you think we'll get a response from EOHLC before this meeting?
Can I ask a question? When was that letter dated?
2 days ago.
Yeah, just a
Okay.
couple days ago.
It
And
was
so
after we
that's why,
closed the public hearing, correct?
Yeah, but the town council's request was after the hearing was closed.
Yeah. The first one? Oh, they sent the request out after the hearing was closed. But when did we get that letter from the department saying that they wouldn't revoke the PEL? Was that before that we closed?
I think we got it right around the last hearing. It was like the 19th of November.
It was before we closed the
Before we
hearing.
closed the public hearing. I
Yeah.
think it came like
It's
a day
part
or
of
two
the
before.
findings of fact.
Yeah, it came like a day or two before that. So that's the
Yeah.
only thing that we have to use.
It's part of the finding,
The letters.
it's part of the findings of fact in the decision, and I'll just note for the record, the changes we've made from, before, include all enhancements and concessions, including a loss in units. We added more buffer, we added more trees, we added more parking at the board's request. These are all enhancements and changes that were made with the best intentions and out of good faith in working with the town. And we also lowered the roof height from sloped to flat.
To keep it within the footage, the height of the buildings that they originally.
And now the building closest to, we also removed the building closest to the abutters. And by doing so, we increased the setback to the abutters. Now, if you look at what we submitted during the record, the diagram that compares the height of the homes compared to ours, with the flat roof change, we are less tall than their single-family homes next door, and we are saving a lot more, substantially more vegetation in that area by preserving the buffer and by doing the less wide parking spaces. So all those things were done with our best faith effort to respond to comments and neighbor concerns.
You could see the substantial changes that they made.
Mr. Chairman, all that's neither here nor there from a legal perspective, because that's not in front of the ZBA. There was an informal process commenced with a letter to EOHLC. It got a little more formal when general counsel stepped in, and now I'm learning that the town has responded. But absent some sort of legal impediment, we need to make a decision. And there's no legal impediment because there's no TRO, there's no injunction, there's nothing filed as far as I know that would create that kind of a scenario. And in the absence of that, it's just plain speculation on our part, and it will lead to a constructive approval unless we take action.
So if we, all right, you're right, it's conjecture at this point. That's why I was suggesting completely open-minded, expecting that EOHLC may come back and say, proceed as submitted. Or they may not. They may agree with the town council that these are material changes, that the waivers have increased by a substantial amount, and so forth. We don't know. So how can we sit here and vote on something? If we vote to approve this, this project with the conditions as written, and then EOHLC agrees with the town council, what is that? What is that process?
It's not our fight. That's my point. If someone wanted to, the best we have shaping up right now is that we might qualify as interveners, but it's not our fight. It's a fight between the town through its council and EOHLC. And if those issues are to be sharpened, there needs to be some sort of legal action in order to make that happen. And there are plenty of remedies available to put us on the sidelines until there's an answer. But nobody has commenced that process. And it's December 23rd. And we're due. And with the holidays coming up between now and our ultimate due date, it seems very unlikely to me that one party or the other is going to go into Superior Court and seek some sort of injunctive relief that would put us, stop us in our tracks. So all I can do is advise you, you're my client, not the town, that this is the position that we are now in. And the safest thing to do is to take final action on this permit in the absence of some legal impediment that prevents us from doing so.
So when we started this, you wanted to talk about some additions or whatever, you talked about from page 1 and 2, or whatever,
Yes.
just to keep us on track before Jean falls asleep.
I'm losing my voice.
I
Is
think
that-
I
is
had
that
made
your
it up
goal?
to page 4. So if you have anything that falls in the first 4 pages, then let's talk about them.
There was a note, now of course I can't find it, that it felt like some of the timeline leading up to where we are today felt a little biased in that it said everything was approved unanimously, approved unanimously, approved unanimously, and that the town council approved it.
Well, that was the.
I
the
think,
fee.
oh yeah, that was, so
The
two
friendly 40B process.
yeah, jurisdictional findings 6. Unanimous votes of support from the Conservation Commission and Planning Board, and a vote, and a split decision, 5-4 vote of support from the town council.
Well, I don't have any problem just saying which resulted in votes of support. I could take out unanimous. That's just colorful, that's all.
It's colorful in the,
It's correct, though.
It's true.
so then let's put in the true that it was a split.
So that was from the town council.
Yes.
I will put the word split in front of vote of support from the town council.
Yeah, but split could mean even.
Well, it was a vote of support,
Yeah.
so that's 5-4 at a minimum.
Yeah. And then in 7, the ZBA did not claim safe harbor due to procedural error.
No, that's not why they didn't claim safe harbor. They just didn't, you just didn't claim safe harbor, period.
Well, we were told that there was a discussion between council and due to procedural error, we were not going to claim safe harbor
When we originally found out that there was a mistake
on
done
the abutters list.
on the abutters list by the assessor's office, I called Attorney Bobrowski, he called Attorney Freeman, and we didn't have another meeting scheduled. Nobody said anything about safe harbor that they wanted to declare it. We had another meeting coming up in 14 days, but no, in the meantime, Mark talked to Attorney Freeman, and he agreed not to declare a constructive grant at the time if we would not declare a safe harbor, which I don't know if we were on solid ground or not, because it wasn't really our fault. You know, it came from another department within the town, so I don't know what would have happened with that, but, and this is where we are, so this is where we're at.
Mr. Chairman, from my perspective, we opened the meeting on March 27th.
Right.
And we had 15 days if we were going to declare safe harbor.
Yeah.
It seemed abundantly clear on the night of the 27th that there was going to be no motion for safe harbor.
There wasn't.
No further meeting was scheduled within the 15 days remaining, and that's just it. There was no determination by the board to declare safe harbor.
I almost think that the butters list information came out after that 15-day period.
No, I don't know if it made the 15 days or not, but it was, I think it came out sooner than that, because Gus had a resident ask him about why he didn't get a notice when 444 Central Street was on the docket, but he got a notice for when they were going to do the dog low surgery cost hospital across the street. And that's when he asked Gus, Gus said, you gotta go to the assessor's office and ask them, and then Gus gets an email from Mr. Doyle saying, hey, there's been a mistake. And that started it, so, the whole thing, so.
And so this is not something that you recommend we track in the decision?
It doesn't need to be, he said, because we didn't declare safe harbor.
Yeah, and my ultimate takeaway after the 27th was that there was no motion to declare safe harbor, and there was not going to be a motion forthcoming in the remaining 14 days, regardless of the notice deficiency, which I don't think, we didn't even know about it at the time.
We knew about it at the time, but that's when I sent the letter out, remember, Mark?
You sent the letter out before the opening of the hearing on the 27th.
I think I sent it out before the meeting. I don't know if we had a meeting on before that. And what, we had to have one in April. But we.
Yeah, you did. You had one in May. I think it came back on May.
We continued to think to May 8th, and then we started all over again. So I don't know if we were starting from May 8th, but by that time, we had made the agreement not to declare safe harbor, and they made the agreement not to declare for a constructive grant. So.
It wasn't like there was a, quote, agreement not to declare safe harbor. We had not declared safe harbor.
Well, we had,
So
no,
now all we
you're
were
right.
talking about was
Yeah.
the opening date.
Yeah.
I've been counting the days for our decision, which are limited to 180 without extension, to March 27th since day one, so.
Okay. My next comment is on page 10, so if you want to go through, Mark.
Yeah, it'd be real quick. Page 4, there's a typo in paragraph 6 in front of the PEL in line 5. There's just a random F, that's all. Strike that. Page 5, there's nothing. Page 6, there's nothing. In page 7, Paragraph 10, the applicant has requested adding in the second line, reasonably acceptable to the subsidizing agency, the ZBA and its legal counsel, and the applicant. So the words "and the applicant." I don't have an objection to that. On page 8, there are no changes. On page 9, in paragraph 22, the applicant shall annually provide the ZBA copies of any all documents that it provides to the subsidizing agency, excluding financial information. And to the degree that the financial information is proprietary, that makes sense, but I actually, to the extent that they don't want that on the street, I guess I get it. On page 10, in the final plan list, the 3 bullets at the top, erosion control, they just want to add prepared by Allen and Major. And I think that brings me up to your next comment, Jeanette.
Yeah. Under 3, I
What page?
proposed, on page 10, section 3,
Okay?
I proposed adding letter H, that the project shall conform to all applicable state and federal laws, codes, regulations, and standards, including but not limited to the following. So we list a whole bunch of things, but then I thought we should also say H, Massachusetts Stretch Energy Code, which the town of Franklin has adopted.
Mr. Chairman, I don't have any objection to that. Maybe you should do it in the form of a motion?
Motion to accept the changes that Janelle just mentioned. Do we have any, well, we can ask for comment from the building commissioner on that, but anyway, motion made.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any discussion? Gus, any problem with the stretch code stuff?
There is not.
Okay.
There's no way the developer cannot do the stretch code. He has to.
Okay.
The intent is to formalize it like all these other things that are in here.
I'm sorry, Joe?
The intent is just to formalize it like a
Yeah,
lot
he-
of the other things that are in here.
They have to hire a HERS rater, which I know you know that, and they have to submit it with the plans or we will not issue the permit. And that goes across the board for every house and building in Franklin.
Okay,
We get audited by the state as well.
good.
Without any further discussion, I'll entertain the vote. All those in favor say yes.
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 All those opposed, no. That passed. Yeah, we do this one.
I'm moving on to page 11, number 7, top. All facilities shall be installed as shown on the approved plans. The applicant would like clarification as follows. Except piping shall be PVC rather than ductile iron. And there is a related, I'll leave that, it's on a different page, I'll catch it later. That's the only change on that page.
Let me see.
You don't have any problem with that, do you, Mike? Hang on, we get the town engineer here tonight.
No, but I'm,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
yeah, I'm
Mike
not
Nappo,
a
Town
fire
engineer.
so don't go by me.
I would recommend that they just have to follow the DPW standard specifications and regulations for pipe. So sewer PVC is fine, but in the case of water, it should be ductile iron. So as long as they're following the DPW standards and our regulations, specifications, no issue with it.
It's shaking
Fine,
head.
fine with us, yep.
Okay, so what do we have to change in that?
All right. The facilities shall be shown,
Can I just give a little background on the change?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, Mr. Pesnola can explain the reasoning for it, or Carlton actually can, because he did it.
Yes,
them up.
so our utility plan in error noted that all sewer piping should be ductile iron. when it should be PVC and the water should be ductile iron. So we have no issue going with the town specs. We just wanted to put the condition in there to note that the note for the sewer to be ductile iron would be overruled by the condition, basically.
Okay. What's up with that?
Mr.
So can I
Chairman,
just say, all facilities shall be installed per applicable DPW regulations as shown on the approved plans?
Yes,
That
that's
work for
fine. Yep.
everybody?
Yeah,
Yes.
Mike's happy with that. He sat down now. He's all set.
Carlton, the plans are proper. I think to be safe, it should say, you know, the DPW specs. I thought it was the plans that, or was it the specs that called for the ductile iron?
No, it was not the DPW specs, Peter. The plans were inaccurate. There was a
That's what I
mislabel.
mean. So if we say on the approved plans, you got a problem because the approved plans were inaccurate. So we can't just say on the approved plans.
Okay, however you guys need to wordsmith it is fine. I think, from my standpoint.
What I'm just clarifying is it's the approved plans that were mistaken. By mistake, it happens by Allen or Major. So I think Mark just simply misunderstood.
Peter, you
You
still
cannot
gotta-
leave it to say as shown on the approved plans. If you're not comfortable, I think that was, I forget if that was building commissioner or someone from the engineering or DPW, but if you're fine with saying,
What?
you know, accept that, it'll show, you know,
Why don't we say all facilities shall be installed as shown on the approved plans, except that the piping materials shall be modified to comply with applicable DPW regulations?
right.
Well, and just to be certain, because DPW regulations don't require the sewer pipe to be ductile iron, I would prefer it not to say I would prefer it to say shall not be ductile iron. Just to clarify, because of the plans being mislabeled.
Mark, I got a question. If they gotta come before us with a final plan before they start construction, can't they just change it
Yeah.
then, and we can call that an insubstantial change?
Well, we don't
Yes,
want to get into
I mean-
that. I mean, that's an extra process and certainty.
If we can,
It's not an extra process,
if we can
because you
nix
gotta-
it now, that's better.
It's not an extra, yeah, you can mention it now, but it's not an extra process, because that's the process. You have to give us a set of done plans.
No, but it's just clarifying, it's just clarifying the mistake. It's not trying to, you know, avoid anything. It's just that, we're just clarifying what it really is, and it's, you know, whatchamacallit, this is sewer piping, remember? It's allowed under the regs to be, PVC.
Joel, check it
So
out when you
just-
submit the
I
final
get,
plans.
I get it, I get Peter's comment, and as I've said a few times tonight, when we put the final together, we'll wordsmith it so that he doesn't need to get an insubstantial change, and he doesn't need to put in ductile iron pipe. Because it's not in the DPW regulations, we'll make it work.
Okay. What's next? Do you have any more, Janelle?
I have one on page 11.
Okay,
Paragraph 11, it did say, final design plans for the stormwater management system shall comply with the Department of Environmental Protection regulations and the requirements of Hancock Associates, the ZBA stormwater peer review engineer, and that the Hancock Associates piece was struck out, and I wanted to know why.
yes. Because Hancock doesn't have regulations. That's, you know, so it was kind of, I was empowering them. I agreed ultimately with the applicant to a degree. I was empowering Hancock to a degree that they don't warrant, so.
You know, plus I would just add, if I may, that it's just way too broad. The conditions address all of the things that the peer review from Joe Pesnola, you know, wanted to be in the permit in the conditions. So we're not trying to avoid anything that Joe said. It's just this is way too broad in addition to what Mark said.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
I don't have another, yep.
Yeah, just everything.
I don't have anything else until I get to page 14, so if you've got something, Janelle.
Got
Okay,
anything in between?
my next one is on 15.
Okay, we'll go to 14.
Okay.
Mr.
Is
Chairman,
paragraph
sorry,
34?
Mr. Chair, just sorry to interrupt, Mr. Chairman, and Mark, just clarification, really. There are a bunch of things like we're on page 12, number 18. There's some that are, on my version, I think it's a bluish or purplish color. I think those are things that had already been reviewed by the board at the last deliberation on December 1st. I just want to make sure that those are in there because, you know, you're not mentioning them now.
Well, as I said, half of the ones on this letter that you sent to me last Friday were already made. So I'm not calling them out again.
No, I agree. I just wanted to make sure that the board has the ones that you just said were already made, which are this bluish, purplish color.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah, I marked it. That's
Yes.
okay.
Yep, so, thank you.
34 on page 14. This is the ductile or piping again. So I had added a comment that the sewer pipes shall be PVC, but I think this is kind of redundant. We'll make this work like the other one.
Okay, page 15.
And then,
Oh, did you have anything else on there?
no, I have 15, but you go ahead first.
Okay, paragraph 9. This was, when we last met, I was asking why we don't include anything in the decision, in the draft decision about architecture. And the basic response was that we typically don't do that. And I made like a snarky comment that the ZBA doesn't care about architecture, but we do. So I'm proposing that we add some language into section C9 about architecture. So I'll read through what I propose, and then we can have a motion on it. So prior to the issuance of any building permit, the site, architectural, and engineering plans, finalized as necessary as provided in this decision, shall be signed and sealed by a Massachusetts professional engineer, Massachusetts registered architect, and a Massachusetts registered landscape architect, and filed with the ZBA and the building inspector, and shall include the following. And then I have a small edit to section C. Letter from the project architect. Architect should be capitalized. Then I propose adding in a section D, a new section D that says, letter from the project engineer confirming that the project exceeds the requirements in the Massachusetts Stretch Energy Code or the Massachusetts Specialty Energy Code if the town of Franklin has adopted it before the time of building permit issuance. And then
I'd like to hear,
I just
can we
renumber
hear from Gus on the,
D and E.
Yeah, Gus.
We already have a condition for it.
Sure, through you, Mr. Chairman. Sure,
Right.
Mark. When you mentioned this, Janelle, when you mentioned the stretch energy code, that it exceeds it, did you also include meets it or exceeds it? I wasn't sure on that.
I suppose we could say meets or exceeds.
That's fine. I believe
Okay.
that's acceptable. Mark, is that what you were?
and would the appropriate person to do that be the architect or?
No.
I don't think you mentioned the architect.
A HERS rater, Mark.
Say it again?
In conjunction with the architect, it's a HERS rater. It's a
Oh, okay.
certified mass insulation and analysis person that has to do a report submitted with the building permit.
Okay. And you're gonna send me an email in the morning, right?
I will.
So I get it right. I just want to get it right.
Don't say engineer. Yeah, whatever's report is required by law, code.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, through you, if I could ask Ms. Lane to just read the first part. You were adding, I think, something from the architect. Just want to make sure I understood what you said.
You said something, then you completely left it behind.
No,
No.
I think I,
In between, so in the introductory part of paragraph 9, in between site and engineering plans, I want to add site, comma, architectural, comma, and engineering plans.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah, and
then
down below,
shall be signed and
architect
sealed
gets
by
added to
a,
the professionals.
yes, shall be signed and sealed by a Massachusetts professional engineer, comma, and a Massachusetts registered architect, and then a Massachusetts registered landscape architect.
Okay. Thanks. Thank
That's
you.
it. Yep.
Gus, this will be controlled construction, won't it?
That is correct, Mark, it has to be.
Yeah, can you just sort of enlighten everybody as to what that means?
Sure, anything over 35,000 cubic feet, as far as a building is concerned, when you pull a permit, an architect has to oversee it. It's a 780 CMR requirement, and there's no wiggle room at all. They have to supply an affidavit in the beginning, and they have to do intermittent inspections throughout the project. And at the end, they have to submit a final affidavit, and these all have to be stamped.
So that's an architect, not an engineer?
A design professional is the way the building code reads.
But you still have access to the property and go through it?
Yes. We still go out and do the inspections as well. And also, just to clarify, the building code can't discriminate a architect's discipline or a structural engineer's discipline. If they've gone to school for landscape architect, a structural engineer can stamp the plan. So that, you may want to look at that wording as well. If the proponent submits something that's from a structural engineer, as far as the architect landscaping is concerned, we have to accept it. If he has that discipline that he studied when he went to school. And that's something that we learned early on with what we do.
It doesn't matter what type of registration they have, as
If
long as they have a stamp?
They call it a design professional. We can't discriminate.
I mean, I'm fine either way. If you want Art to change to qualified design professional, I mean, that's fine.
That's the way the building code reads, Peter.
Yep, thank you.
And believe me, we vet them out. If they think they know, we disqualify them if they think they know what they're doing.
Understood.
Okay, I'm all the way up to D, which is on page 18, and Janelle, if you've got anything before that, please go forward.
I have, this is still in the same architecture vein, section C. It's not on there. I am proposing we add a paragraph 24.
Okay.
So this would be at the end of page 17 or the beginning of page 18. I guess the beginning of page 18. This was, when we last met, I was asking, you know, how do we make sure that the project still maintains the architectural character that we're seeing in these elevations. And so that's the intent of this section, is for wording that I'll read now. If the height, bulk, placement, and physical characteristics of the project vary from the approved architectural plans and elevations dated blank, I just wanted to make sure it was consistent. I think it's October 30th. The ZBA reserves the right to consider characterizing the requested change as substantial as defined under 760 CMR 56.074.
Could you read that again, Janelle?
Yep. If the height, bulk, placement, and physical characteristics of the project vary from the approved architectural plans and elevations dated, I think it's the 30th, but I would just want to confirm. The ZBA reserves the right to consider characterizing the requested change as substantial as defined under 760 CMR 56.074.
How much difference? 1 inch, 1 foot?
So I'm just channeling my inner 40B regulations here. And I want to compare what you just said with what the rule says. So hang on a second.
Okay. I think I pulled most of the language from the rules.
Yeah.
I just wanted it in the decision.
While Mark's looking, through the chairman, if I may, while Mark's looking, would you be okay with just adding vary in any material respect? Because that also ties into, you know, what Mark's probably going to cite in terms of what the regulation says. You know, even without it, you would still have the right to deem a change, you know, material change, substantial. So, no, I don't have a problem with the concept you're adding here. I just think adding material is fair.
I hope if I spelled it right. Okay.
Are you looking for the examples where it cites the process of notifying the board, you know, and then the 20 days to determine the insubstantial? Because the guidelines are actually in the HAC, the section of the HAC regulations, I think it's 56.08.
There is, I've made, you may want to take me up on this, Peter. I've converted the PDF to a Word document so that I can search it whenever I want to. Because otherwise, it's really a painful document.
I can already do that somehow. I don't know how.
Okay, so I'm,
Should change, hey, Jeff, should change. Not only are you paying for that one, you're paying for this one too. They must be cleaning up on it.
Control F.
Control F.
Also paying this one to put iron
All right,
pipe in
so
my
There you go,
plans.
yeah.
I mean, it has more to do with the number of units and the change in the architectural style. Increase more than 10% in the height of the building, increase of number of units proposed by more than 10%, reduction in the size of the site by more than 10%, change in building type, garden apartments to townhouses. So, you know, I suppose a board could always consider, regardless of these recommendations, they could always debate whether it's substantial or insubstantial anytime a change is proposed. Change in the color or style of materials used is not substantial.
So Gus, didn't you talk about this last time? You were saying it's hard to quantify, like, materials and things like that, as long as it follows code.
To you, Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
Megan, we did, and my description of that was, there's not a lot of products out there that are accepted by any lumberyard, any building inspector, without some sort of a stamp on it. And it could be packaged with that stamp, not necessarily a stamp, but someone that did a peer review, so to speak, to make sure that the material didn't come out of an old house somewhere. And if that is the case, and they do bring in materials that don't have some sort of label, stamp, whatever on it, then it's up to them to get it certified, and generally is done by an architect. I can do it, I don't want to do it. I want them to buy a product that is used not necessarily nationwide, but at least in the Northeast.
On the comment, is it okay if we just say, subject to the regulations and the appropriate language, we agreed to it, and the lawyers can work it out, and then we can move on to the next one?
Is what Ms. Lane said, reserving the ZBA's right to deem changes substantial, and then indeed refer to, as described in 760 CMR, section 56.07, parens 4, parens B as in boy.
So then I found where I pulled my language from is 56.07(3) evidence. E, site and building design. The committee may receive evidence of the following matters. 1, height, bulk, and placement of the proposed project. 2, physical characteristics of the proposed project. That's where I pulled that language from.
Well, why don't I just say that the board may consider whether changes to those two things constitute substantial or insubstantial changes under applicable HAC regulations.
Yeah, that's fine with me. Again, I wasn't objecting to the things that Ms. Lane listed in terms of height, bulk, location, so what you just said, Mark, is fine.
You okay with it, Janelle?
Yep.
Okay, let's do that by motion, Mr. Chairman.
Motion to approve the suggestions made by member Janelle Lang.
Second it.
Motion made and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed? None. Keep your
All right, this is the last piece of our puzzle, and it's the special conditions that have to do with, other than the TIAS that was prepared by VAI, which are in pretty good shape. So I sent just an excerpt from the draft decision, which covers D1 to D14. I've sent it to Joe, Bruce, and Gus. If one of you could share screen, that would be great. And these are conditions that have, not all of them, but for the most part, they've been reworked, let's call it that.
Thank you.
Are we ready to the extent we're organized
No,
for this?
we're trying to get your the new one with your changes up on.
Yeah.
Thank you.
While that's getting pulled up, just so you know what's coming from me, I have a minor thing on the VAI bullets, and then, which is on page 23, and then a general question on where the notes and conditions about all of the, an allowance for additional landscape work at the abutters, where that lands.
That's not in here yet, but we've all talked about it today, and so we'll find a place.
And then I had one additional request about, and this is thinking of the abutters and seeing a bullet related to waste and recycling containers, but wondering if we can condition
I think we've opened up a hole here from, we've opened up a hole north of D, so we've just added 24 on architectural roll. We can just keep numbering there, that's all.
Okay. This was just and I wasn't sure if it would fit in with another condition or another bullet somewhere else, but the waste and recycling containers are directly landed right next to abutters. And I'd like to suggest a condition that those get relocated away from the eastern edge of the property.
You can put it on that acre down by the river.
Yeah, you put like a floating barge.
It didn't seem like a huge driver on the design, but, you know, along the same lines as the vein of the improving the buffer.
Okay, so on 25, how about if I just say something that the waste containers shall be relocated away from adjacent properties on the final plans?
The major issue with this is getting the turning radius to work for the trucks that come in for waste and recycling, and it has to be studied by an engineer before we can actually look at relocating it. And so, are you speaking about both, or is it just one?
I put in my notes both,
There's,
and I wouldn't have asked for it if I didn't see if there's a way you could do it with the turning radiuses. But without pulling up the plans, I'd have to confirm.
Can't fit it over behind the medical building? Don't they have dumpsters on that?
no, I mean, these bins service this side of the property, and this has been a difficult design parameter for us to get around, but the parcel is separated into two quadrants, and we have to have trash and recycling service in this vicinity on the east side of the stream to service these buildings that are near the units. So,
I was thinking they could go on either side of Building 3. Right now, they're on either side of Building 4 against the abutters. And I thought if they went on either side of Building 3, they're still sort of at a dead-end leg there.
that would block units, rendering those units probably infeasible on the ground floor, and it would also have to be reworked with conservation because now it's next to the wetlands, and I don't know how they're going to feel about that. We have gone above and beyond on mitigating impacts for the abutters, I truly feel. We increased the fence from 6 feet to 8 feet. We preserved a substantial amount of existing trees that are in that vicinity by making numerous design adjustments, including the incorporation of a very expensive retaining wall. We added $35,000 roughly in new landscaping, vegetation screening, and we did other design modifications like lowering the height of the building and relocating a building entirely to increase the setback. So the dumpsters themselves are in a location that are shielded by fencing, and I don't know how far away that is, Carlton, but that might be 100+ feet away on the top one.
It's 100 feet away from the property line.
100 feet away from the property line. So it would, I just can't, I'd love to commit to, I just don't I can't do that without studying this, and I don't see a place to put it.
Just commit that if you find a place that you can move it, you'll do it on the final iteration of the plans before construction.
Okay, if we can, if we can.
I guess when I was thinking on either side of Building 3, I didn't see how that would be different from where it is on the side of Building 2.
Well,
But,
that one has a ton of space in between it. As you can see, we would lose parking spaces if we were to do the same thing for that side of Building 3. And parking spaces were very important to the board.
Yeah, I think these dumpsters would be within 7 or 8 feet of the building face here, just because of the restrictions of the
They can throw right out the windows and hit it.
You can have a little shoot. We could certainly study it. It would be hard for me to tell him that we could do that
Commit to
today. But we have no problem trying to find a better location.
okay,
If the condition can be worded properly.
yeah.
Well, I'm going to say, applicant will make best efforts to relocate the trash and recycling waste containers from adjacent properties on final plans, subject to approval of the turning radius for vehicles serving the containers. That work?
Sounds good to me.
Yeah.
Okay. What's next, Janelle?
Page 23.
No, you're going too far.
Oh,
A lot of that's changed, so,
A lot of it's
is that a
changed.
TIAS thing?
it was a bicycle parking thing. This is a minor one, that it says
Okay.
exterior biking racks. It's bullet 8 under transportation demand management, the last
Yeah.
bullet. I suggest adding the word covered, including weather-protected bicycle parking and covered exterior bicycle racks.
So, slow down. Covered,
Covered exterior
And-
bicycle racks.
is that substituted for secure bicycle parking?
No. So secure bicycle parking should be provided at appropriate locations within the project site, including weather-protected bicycle parking and covered exterior bicycle racks situated as shown on the approved plans.
Got ya. Okay.
That would that language would indicate that every single bicycle rack and outside is covered or weather protected. Is that what you meant? That's not what the plans propose. And that would be very costly. I don't know what that would cost, but we don't propose that. So I'm fine with incorporating some, certainly. The condition, if it could be slightly reworded to say weather protected, covered, exterior bike racks, but I can't promise that all of them will be covered.
The weather protected is interior bike storage? Is it part of a garage or something?
I'm sorry, are you on page 21?
23.
Two. Yeah, whatever.
We talked about this
It's
in
under
the,
TDM.
Yeah, it's the last asterisk. When it says including weather-protected bicycle parking, I interpret as interior.
right,
And then, with AJ's comment, if it then said in some covered exterior
Sure.
bicycle racks.
Yes. We agreed that, yes, that would be fine with me. I just, covering all of the exterior racks, I don't think, I don't know. It's not something I looked at or budgeted.
Some covered exterior bicycle racks.
Can we put a percentage there?
I love a percentage.
Including weather-protected bicycle parking, of which X% are covered exterior bike racks?
Could we do, I mean, if we're counting in the weather-protected interior and covered 50%? I'm thinking of all my bike riding friends.
So we're intending to locate interior bike parking, and I don't know how many spaces would fit into that room. But I'm sure there would be a lot. Can we do a quarter?
Include, maybe a quarter of the exterior.
Okay.
So I'm trying to work with what I got here. Secure bicycle parking should be provided at appropriate locations within the project site. Semicolon, 25% of bicycle parking shall be in covered exterior bike racks.
At appropriate locations within the project site, including weather-protected interior bicycle parking and exterior bicycle racks, of which 25% will be covered.
That sounds reasonable. Peter?
Yeah, it's saying that the weather protected means interior and the percentage of covered exterior is 25%. %20 of the exterior bike racks are covered.
And that will be condition C26. Oh, no, I'm sorry, it'll be right where it is, it'll be.
Yeah, the last, an additional bullet, yeah. Or part of that bullet, rather, yeah. I think we're getting,
That one's an existing bullet.
yeah.
Then the last comment I had, which you said you spoke a lot about today, was how to describe a condition on the tree buffer, the landscape screening, the allowance for additional landscape work at the abutters, all of that. Which I think some of it's in there now.
Yeah, let's hold that.
Okay.
Okay, so let's go back to everybody's got the access to the shared screen, D1 to 14?
Yep.
Okay. So condition number 1, didn't really change much from the way it was originally drafted by Joe, I think. And so it doesn't, it's not, nothing in here is really new, except I added subject to applicable law, and we had a big discussion about that an hour and a half ago. So there's the middle of that paragraph, paragraph 1, you'll see, shall deed the parcel to the town subject to applicable law. And I guess that'll trump anything in the waiver list. Peter and I had a discussion about that. So if the town is going to get parcel B, then the cost of preparing the documents and the price for the property is $1. If the town does not desire parcel B, does not respond to the applicant's notice within the designated time frame, and does not grant approval for the deeding of parcel B, the applicant will not be deemed in violation of this condition and shall maintain parcel B as part of the property. And that's the sum and substance of number 1. Number 2 has been modified slightly. Several of the distances changed. 77 feet was 78 feet, 43 feet was 44 feet, 33 feet was 34th Street. There's a third from the bottom, 8-foot tall, solid stockade style fence. That's where that F came from. There you go. No closer than 33 feet.
It was a vinyl fence, wasn't it?
And a cost.
Vinyl fence.
It was a 6-foot vinyl fence.
Yeah.
And now it's an 8-foot stockade style fence.
Why can't it be vinyl?
It should say vinyl.
Should
I don't know why.
It did say vinyl.
Okay.
Yeah, this is what the changes evolved to. If you want to go back to vinyl, just tell me.
Yeah, vinyl.
Yeah.
So is it a vinyl stockade style fence?
Yeah,
Solid vinyl.
It's shown in the plans. It's a detail. So it's, on the plans, it's 6 feet. We took the ZBA's comments into consideration from the last hearing and proactively made changes in the decision, working with Attorney Bobrowski, and we changed it to 8 feet. So it will be similar to the detail that we showed in the approved plans. So it can say,
Is it calling it a fence, or is it calling it a stockade fence?
it is stockade style vinyl fence, like it has
flat.
planks. So it's stockade style, yes, sir.
Okay. So that's good. We'll move on to the next one.
Now, is that across the whole, hang on a minute, Mark, is that across the whole line?
Go ahead.
I'm asking AJ here a question. Does that go across the 3 houses that face?
Yeah, it goes across all the way up along our limit of work edge,
Okay. Is that-
other than the
is that-
replication,
My understanding is that
replication
Mr.
area.
Grella's house is off to the, if you're looking at the things, off to the right, it's the furthest one to the right. You covering that one too?
It probably goes halfway into his lot and then stops prior to the replication
Well, his house
area.
is tilted anyway, so it's.
Yeah,
His house is tilted away.
that house is looking completely
Well,
the
the
other
same thing on the
direction.
other side, the other
and
house is looking.
The other
too.
house
The
is
only
looking
house in the middle, I
completely
think,
the
is
other
Raffles' house
direction.
that looks directly on your project.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Now, what are we doing for landscaping inside the owner's property, you know, for mitigation? Did you propose something to plant some trees, or give them some money to plant their own trees?
We took care of that by adding a substantial amount of proposed vegetation on our site and redesigning the site plan multiple times to preserve as much existing vegetation as possible. So it is true, I try to make neighbors happy and abutters, and I have been conversing privately with a neighbor who, it's an individual circumstance, who I feel, could be helped a little bit, and if I can help, I will. So that's the extent of that.
You haven't mentioned a figure to them, how much, you're gonna give them. Are you gonna plant the trees in the yard that they want, or are they gonna plant their own trees?
No, we haven't gotten that far.
Okay.
But I wasn't planning to do construction in their yard, no.
No,
was
I
planning to
understand.
give.
I wouldn't do it if I were you either. I'd
Right,
just
I was
give
planning to
them, let them do it themselves.
give a very small amount of money for plantings, additional screening.
How small?
That's a private discussion that I had with an individual butter.
Okay.
I'd rather not share that.
And you
Peter,
don't want-
do
and
you have
don't
anything
wanna-
to add?
You don't wanna include the other two in?
Nope, nope.
Like you said, Mr. Chairman, very different circumstances on the other abutting homes.
Right, that's the only thing I would repeat.
Okay. Where are we anyway? What are we talking
When we
about?
last talked, didn't we say
We're on number 3.
Yeah.
something for all 3 of those abutting homes?
Yes, well, we got him the 8-foot fence.
Yeah.
And he mentioned that he was talking to one person, and I don't want to mention the name, but I think I know which one it is, and he said that he was gonna, he offered them some money to plant some trees to screen. Now, the particular house that I think we're both talking about is the house that looks directly straight onto the property.
Yeah.
Looking from the ground up, the house on the left aims towards Route 140, the house on the other side aims, got a beautiful view of the pond, whatever you want to call it, down the back there. So, maybe they don't want that one taken away, I don't know, but I don't think they've been as cooperative as the other people. So, yeah, well, anyway, so are we still talking about mitigation money? I like this.
We're getting there. Let's go to number 3, Mark.
We're getting there, all right.
Yeah, it gets better. So number 3 is a revised snow storage plan for the area of the 54 and 72 unit building. We're talking about maintaining snow storage in areas that do not decrease available parking or located in areas that would promote snow melt and that comply with restrictions by the Concom and the total 5% of the paved areas on site. Number 4 is connected, and it says, in the event snow storage occupies parking spaces so as to impede circulation, as may be determined by the building commissioner, such snow must be removed from the site and disposed of in accordance with applicable regs. Any snow damage that occurs to landscaping will result in replacement of the landscaping in the spring. Hearing nothing. Number 5, applicant will sweep East Central Street along the frontage. Number 6, prior to the commencement of construction, the applicant shall provide ZBA with an estimated quantity of total earthwork, import and export anticipated, number of daily, weekly trucks anticipated, duration of fill operations, proposed trucking routes. The information will be prepared and submitted by the GC in coordination with geotechnical and civil engineers once the GC has been engaged and selected. The applicant will provide the information to the building, public works, and police departments as part of the site work grading and/or building permit applications. Okay, number 7, this is the study for the pump station. Within, I think we said earlier today, 60 days of the expiration of the appeal period for the permit, the applicant will provide the sum of $32,000 to the town to pay for the cost of a study, to evaluate the municipal sewer pump station directly across the street, to determine whether an on-site holding tank is required to be installed by the applicant to connect to the pump station. If the study determines that a holding tank may not be installed without additional mitigation to the pump station, the applicant will provide funds to the town to correct any deficiencies in the pump station as identified in the study as at its sole expense prior to such connection, provided, however, that the applicant may deduct $50,000 from the $150,000 payment described below in Special Condition 9 and shall not pay more than $50,000. And that's to correct the deficiencies that were identified. The town shall forthwith, upon receipt of said funds, correct any deficiencies. Once the deficiencies have been corrected, the applicant may connect to the pump station. So there's an intervening condition here. The on-site sewer holding tank and any sewer pump shall not be considered a substantial change. The applicant may elect at its sole discretion to install multiple holding tanks rather than a singular tank. And number 9, we had a lot of discussion in the last week or so about this. Within 90 days of the issuance of the building permit, the applicant shall contribute to the town pursuant to Chapter 44, Section 53A, the sum of $150,000 as a gift to the town, which may be extended for any valid public purpose, including funding sewer infrastructure upgrades. Now, that means that the minimum amount, back to paragraph 7, that the town is going to get to keep as a result of that payment is $100,000. If the study determines that there are no deficiencies and there's no need to spend the $50,000, up to $50,000, then that's included in the gift in paragraph 9, and it would be a $150,000 gift. And by the way, Chapter 44, Section 53A is a gift statute. It says that municipalities may receive gifts, and it will be expended at the direction of the chief executive officer, and Franklin, that would be the town council.
Mark, hang on one second.
Prior-
Mike's got
Go ahead.
something, Mike's got something he wants to say.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just in regards to condition 7, I guess the big issue for DPW is that that study hasn't been done yet, the initial study, so we don't know what improvements need to be done there.
We understand.
So if that's limiting it to $50,000 maximum payment, it could cost well over that. And then if the applicant's not paying for that, that's going to fall back on DPW to make those improvements. And even if we take the $150,000 gift, it still might exceed that. We just don't know until that study's done. And any limit, setting a limit on any expenditure by the applicant, just going to put that back on DPW. And to be honest, we just don't have the funds to do the improvements right now.
Right now, we got, what is it, 532,000?
Yes.
That's what we got. And out of the
Yes.
stuff that they talked about, the 32,000 for the sewer thing and the $50,000 to upgrade the thing, whether it needs it, and the $100,000 is gonna go into the pot.
Sure.
So there's 500 and something $1,000, which I'm intending to ask them for a little bit more. And it's going into a pot that we can use it wherever we need to see fit. You know, obviously, there's a traffic problem down in King Street and whatever, we need something for that. Whether, they've already promised to have, what's the name of your traffic people?
Vanessa.
Yeah, Vanessa. They were gonna do a cursory, quick review or somehow.
Yes,
get
yes.
some idea of what would make it work. They're gonna do that on their own. But in the meantime,
But let me ask Mike a question, Mr. Chairman.
go ahead.
So if you go back to paragraph 7, the study, which has apparently already been scoped, will evaluate the pump station to determine whether an on-site holding tank is required to be installed to connect to the pump station. It's not a study to fix the pump station for all time immemorial. It's just to determine whether or not they can, at the end of the study, connect the on-site holding tank
And
to the
trickle in
pump
overnight.
station, which seems,
So,
so that's not the same thing as, blowing the doors down and coming up with, let's replace the pump station.
no, so through the chair,
Yeah.
so my concern with that is that if the study will determine if an on-site holding tank can, first of all, we can see if their project can discharge directly to the pump station. We don't think it can, but if it can, that's great, they're all set. If it can't,
Okay.
the next step would be to look at doing an on-site holding tank and pumping it off hours. The study will evaluate to see if the pump station can handle that. If it may not be able to handle the off-hour pumping hours from a holding tank. If it can't do that, then we're gonna need to make improvements to that pump station. And that's a concern, that's the big unknown. Until that study's done, we don't really know what we're looking at that needs to be done to that pump station. Ideally, they can do an on-site holding tank and pump off hours, and they'll handle it, but it might not.
There's
And
a lot
that's
of
our
people pumping
concern.
off hours into that right now.
What's that?
There's a lot of people pumping off hours into that.
And that's a concern, is, I mean, right now, the station works and the infrastructure we have works for what we have. But any increase to that, we really don't know what it's gonna take to bring that, to handle the additional flows. And that's just a situation, I just don't want to be put in a position where the town has to spend a lot of money. I know you're talking about having a whole big pot of, $500,000 and change, but if it's gonna be I'm just throwing out, if it's a $400,000 project, and I have no idea what it's gonna cost, that just limits what's available for the intersection, and it limits what can go into that pump station. And if it's even more than that, which I don't know, putting a limit on it, takes the risk off the applicant and puts that risk on the town, and that's my concern.
If I
He's
could,
taking the risk off for not coming up.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
well, to everybody.
Peter, Bruce, Mr.
I
Chairman.
got a pretty good idea how this is gonna work, Peter.
Mr. Chairman was gonna
No
speak.
matter what happens, there's $532,000 in the pot. 32,000, you've already agreed, I guess that's what the study's gonna cost. When the study comes back, they're gonna know. If they gotta put a holding tank in, Mike's still getting 100,000 to upgrade the lift station if it needs it. And if it doesn't need it, the money, the other mitigation money that's in there is not being earmarked for anything else. It's gonna be used for as the town sees fit. So right now, there's $532,000. We're not done yet. I still gotta put the arm on it for another couple hundred if we can get it out of him. But I know the thing's going cha-ching, cha-ching the end night tonight, paying all these lawyers, and Quentin sitting there just smiling away. But, Carlton, I'm sorry. Where'd I get Quentin?
It's my last.
It's getting late. Yeah.
No, that's his last name. You can call him Quinn.
Yeah, there you go. Oh, that's your Carlton Quentin?
Quinn,
Quentin,
Q-U-I-N.
see, I knew I was close. Carlton Quentin. You notice I do that with a lot of people. Get the names.
We also have, I think our sewer I&I fees are projected to be almost $300,000. Our building permit fees projected to be over $500,000.
We just
You know,
saved you
there's other,
$225,000.
there's lots of other fees that are gonna be contributed to the town.
$225,000 tonight, didn't we? Or 25,000?
No, 25,
25,000, yeah. I'm
$100 per unit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so, you know, I'm just looking,
I
I'm only going by
appreciate
what the last 3 big projects that came into town with almost the same number of units paid. You know, Grove Street paid $750, Dean Ave paid $750, and I'd like you guys to pay $750. I don't know why, you know, you're really starting out early here. I'm sure that there's gotta be some room there that you can come up a little bit more, just to, poor Mike's gotta go home and stew all weekend after 3 days, till Monday when he goes back to work. Jamie's gonna go down and say, what did you end up getting from him?
If we can get through the rest of the decision, any other comments or considerations, I'd love to hear that. And, yeah.
All right, it's only one page to go. Number 10, prior to the issuance of the building permit, applicant will submit a revised plan that shows all proposed sewer infrastructure with utilities and final landscaping details. Number 11, comply with the Concom order of conditions. Number 12, the applicant shall incorporate a bus shelter. So, gentlemen, you wrote this, why don't you give us the highlights?
Sure.
PJ or Carlton, Mr. Quinton.
Sure. This was in response to a board member's comment about incorporating a bus shelter. We looked into it. We looked into a potential location. We looked into a potential preliminary design. We added it to the budget, and we confirmed that with the current draft decision, with the current proposed mitigation package, we can propose a bus shelter, and this condition governs the details of such bus shelter. That's been requested by the board.
Okay, and Janelle, did you have something you wanted to piggyback on that, this?
No, I'm just reading it now.
We tried really to incorporate a lot of these things that cost us money at the end of the day, that we have to incorporate to our budget. This bus shelter is projected to be $15,000 to $20,000. Studying the additional signal that wasn't required to be studied was an additional $5,000. Making the fence 8 feet high instead of 6 feet high cost us $25,000 because you have to double the cost of the fence because of metal posts, which I submitted in correspondence previously. So I just want to say all of these things we tried to incorporate in the decision, they do cost us money and have to be budgeted, and they should be considered in addition to the wholesome figure of mitigation gifts that we've proposed here.
cost you how much more? All those.
Does anybody have any comment on the bus shelter proposal? Or can I go on to the next one, which is the big ticket item here? Prior to the issuance of the final certificate, the applicant shall contribute the sum of $350K to the town, again pursuant to the gift statute, to be expended for any valid public purpose, including the preparation of an application for a Mass Works, Housing Works grant application, and a corridor improvement study. But, you know, the applicable there is that you can spend it for any valid public purpose.
Well, if you
And
listen
then the
to-
last paragraph, number 14, just totals up the mitigation to 532.
Yeah, if you listen to Mike, we might need more money. That's why I wanted to just tack on some money, you know, I mean, I'm just being consistent with what we've done in the last two projects.
Sure.
Similar size.
So, are there any further comments on the decision for now? Okay.
Mark, if I may, Mr. Chairman, through you, just real quick, it's overkill editing, but in this final one, 13, when you say including the preparation of an application by the town, blah, 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 why don't we add the magic words, including without limitation, just so the town knows it's not limited at all. You know, they've got money, whatever the amount is, they can use it for any purpose, any public purpose.
That's fine.
Just gotta get the number up to be all set. Huh?
Get the calculator.
I know, he's figuring it out now.
There are no changes that remain to the last page that were suggested by any party. That's just the commencement of construction or lapse provision, which is taken from the rule, and that's it. So,
Mr. Chairman, if you take the same prorated per unit figure as, say, Grove Street, which was $750K, that's $22.72 per unit. If you apply that to our project at a unit count of 254, that's $577. I'll do better than that and call it $650.
How do the members feel about that?
I'm fine with it.
Okay. Any other suggestions? Janelle?
No, I mean, I think,
So-
I had said it at the last meeting, that, you know, it felt like 500,000 for the traffic and 250 for the pump station, but.
Is the microphone on?
I guess we're meeting in.
Yeah, Peter, you're on.
No, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear Ms. Lang.
Oh,
I don't know.
I'm sorry.
System went
away
quiet.
from the mic.
I sat back a bit. I was just reiterating, I think I had said at the last meeting, that 350 for the traffic felt light, so I was assuming 500,000 for that. And if Mike Maglio feels that 150 was too light for the potential allowance for the pump station, then if that's 250, that was where my head had been at, was this like 750 range.
Where are you, AJ?
650.
650, make it 7 even, we'll call it a day. Gus, you want to add something?
I do, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
We had talked about this possibly the end of October into the early part of November at one of the meetings.
Yeah.
And it was to do with inspections that the town would not perform when it came to site inspections out there. And I believe Mike Maglio and I have worked with a couple other projects in the past 6 months, and we've come to the realization that pre-construction meetings should be done, and at that time, there's talk about whether or not the proponent is that those inspections costs are put on him. Now, I know I brought it up, and I got,
I think if you ask Mark, he'll tell you that it's already in the decision
Okay.
that we're gonna
That's
hire.
what I was making
We're gonna
sure
hire
about.
peer review to
Yep.
do, when they
Yeah,
obviously.
they were actually in the old,
Yeah,
they were
they were in
actually
the
in the
other
old
decision
one.
on Grove
Bruce
Street,
was
too.
talking about something that was, years ago, and I went back into that permit and I actually found it in the old one, but you can bet your bottom dollar it's in this one.
Thank you, Mark. I just want to make sure.
They're covered. Actually, I already signed a deal with Joe, and we already got the money from Grove Street, so I don't think there's any dispute up there.
Okay. Just making sure it's in.
Mr. Chairman, we can revise it, and it'll apply to condition 13, the difference.
To be what, 732?
No, what you said, 700.
Think you can live with that, Mike?
Again, Mr. Chairman.
No, I know, you don't know. You don't
It's
know.
the unknown.
Listen, I
is
know
what
you
I'm worried
spent,
about.
they spent all the money a few years ago when they put the bigger pipe in. So they can pump anything through. Don't forget, they were pumping through what, a 4-inch line before?
It was an old cast iron line, that was the
Yeah,
issue.
now,
We
what do they
did
got
that
there now,
improvement.
8-inch, 12-inch, I don't know.
I think it's an 8-inch.
Okay, 8-inch, but
portion.
you
I
can-
think it's 6 or 8, but the pipe itself is not the concern, it's the pump station itself, the
Right,
pumps
no, I
and
know.
the.
But
it's
they
a-
upgraded the pump station at the time too, or before that, I think.
It's just a really small area that's real
I
bad
know.
access. and
They
it's
didn't want to donate it. They
sizes
want
of-
to donate, yeah, can you put it on the mud flats down by the river down there?
If we had the room, if we had a piece of property, have a place to put a new one, we'd love to do that.
Well,
Yeah, these are gonna be small people that ride bikes and only drive one car.
yeah, yeah. But anyway. All right,
And
Mike.
I want to be absolutely clear where we're going here. So take me by the hand, tell me what I'm changing.
The total mitigation, $750,000.
So number 13 should be changed.
Yeah, go ahead.
The difference between whatever is currently contemplated and 700,000
Almost covered.
and paid at condition 13.
And should I leave condition 7 the way it is with the 150, or should I change that and split the difference? What do you
The
think?
total is not to exceed 700,000.
Okay, I heard 750, and now I'm hearing 700.
You're at 750 for me.
This is why I'm still here.
Come on, AJ, it's Christmas.
I can't.
Town needs the money.
I'm giving already more per unit than any other project.
I mean, to make the math easy, if it stays 732, that's the study, and then you got 150 and 550.
Yeah, 155. So that adds up to. if
You,
leave it to-
Mr. Chairman, you proposed 700, I accepted it.
I know, but I changed it. After hearing all the compelling reasons why we should get more, you know? I mean, listen, the longer you wait, the more it's costing you, not, you know. We got Mark here, but you don't forget, you're paying both attorneys. You know, I'm
Well,
trying to
the
save you some
record
money.
does indicate, just as a reminder, and Joe Pismo, if he's okay with it, can chime in, that, you know, it's basically related to the holding tank, and there may be some things related to getting the holding tank connected to the pump station, but the likelihood of something so major is, number one, very small, and number two, if it gets into something that is partially an existing condition, you know, I don't want to get legalistic, but, you know, the 40B law, the town needs to have a, you know, topographical or very serious physical situation that makes the repair very costly. So, you know, I don't think those conditions would apply, those circumstances would apply, and you're getting a big wad of money no matter what it is, so that, you know, they couldn't even claim, if we needed to appeal this, you know, that you don't have enough money. It just wouldn't comport with the regulations, so I respect the, you know, the desire to get, you know, as much money as you can, but I think with what AJ has done under all of the known circumstances, that's very, very reasonable.
Yeah, Peter, you don't have to tell me, I know.
All right,
about the surety.
I'm wait, so I'm a certified mediator, I want to let you know. So here's my mediation idea.
See?
Why don't we just say, like Janelle's idea, why don't we just say 32 stays as is, 150 stays as is for the sewer, and 550 for the condition, what is it, 13?
So what's that,
And the timing of the
732?
payments, so the total of the payments would be 732.
There you go, there's a deal.
What you get?
Yeah, he's gotta get his calculator out one more time.
And this does not include payments to the abutter for landscaping,
No,
because
offenses
that's a
and
side
anything.
deal.
That's a separate deal he's making on his own.
Is that correct?
Correct.
It's kind of clumsy to put that in a permit because it's not, truly a benefit that accrues to the larger public. It's more of a private consideration. Typically, abutters get what they want. Well, Peter knows how they get it, and I'll leave it unsaid, so.
So 7:32, AJ?
However you guys want to condition it.
Okay, you got that, Mark?
I want to hear AJ say that he's okay with it.
He's texting me, can it come out of his legal fee? Guess what my answer was?
Look at all the money you saved. You're home today. You said you were driving up there in the snow.
You're gonna be up at the Hampshire.
Yeah, you owe me one, Peter. Give me a big discount on the bill for that.
Yeah.
So, I got a feeling he might be representing you in the future.
You probably won't charge you for dinner.
Yeah.
We got someone else for that.
Good, Mark's gotta hear you say it, AJ. Carlton wants to go home. Not gonna get a meal out of you tonight unless it's at McDonald's. Well, we've never had so much fun before. Texting or adding on the ad machine?
I'm just on Instagram now, I'm just kidding.
I was getting a clip. What are we talking?
No, nothing,
I think
AJ's still playing with his phone over there.
We may be talking
I
a
don't know if
different
he's
language.
on,
I just texted you again, AJ, so.
Peter, you're not texting the right AJ.
It's
That's
responding to
dangerous.
you. My phone's been totally wacky. It's showing your name. No, seriously, it's showing your name. You get this one?
No.
I'm
Oh,
not kidding.
yes,
It's
all right,
showing-
yes. Yes, I agree, Mark.
He agrees, Mark.
Thank you, AJ. Thank you, Peter. I think this has been a good solution, and on we go.
Yeah, but.
I will have something back early next week, after Peter gets a chance to look at it. And we'll release it for filing with the town clerk. How
Wait a
would you
minute,
like me to
Mark.
prepare the signature page? Just the chairman?
Mark,
or
wait a
all
minute.
of the voting members?
Mark, we haven't voted on it yet.
Yeah, I don't know how to prepare the signature page, so tell me, however it turns out, are you signing alone or is everybody signing?
No, everybody,
Don't
well,
they
you
want-
gotta have at
don't
least
you
two
wanna
people
vote
sign.
tonight?
My understanding is at least two.
So the
people sign.
motion, okay. You and I talked about the form of the motion, Bruce. You
Yeah,
think
go
you
ahead.
got it down?
No, I didn't write it down. Just state a motion.
No, but, yeah, so it would be to approve the draft as prepared, subject to the conditions that were added or amended this evening.
That it? So
That's the
moved.
way I would do it.
So moved.
Seconded.
Motion made and seconded. Any discussion? Been a long time, AJ. Glad we gonna see some light at the end of the tunnel here, one way or the other. I couldn't want to guess to tell you how it would go. but-
Can I just say
Sure.
a couple things?
Sure.
So, this is, I feel that I just want, I know it's late, but this has been a messy process from my perspective. I know this is my first 40B going through this. So I'm looking forward to working with the town and improving it from our side. I know there's been a lot of town opposition to this project, and appreciate the applicant's attempts at addressing some of it, if not all of it. And that the reasons why I've been trying to make this project a win-win for the town, despite the opposition, is things like, I've heard that this development won't bring in as much revenue as a condo development, and that's true, but it will bring in more revenue than a vacant lot. I've heard that the only types of housing that brings value to this town is families and single-family homes, and I disagree with that. There are grad students, there are temp workers, there are people that maybe want to live in Franklin but aren't sure and want to rent for a period of time before they buy here. There are divorced families, and I know multiple people in Franklin that have to rent in Bellingham because they want to stay close to the other part of their family. And there's more rental housing there. And I've heard that this will kill the character of our town. And I think what's been presented is a nice-looking project, different from other recent developments. And if people really care about the character of our town, it's not to say absolutely no development, absolutely no growth. It's to write to the town council and say, let's revise our design standards, let's empower the design review commission, let's take care of our town. So I want to say all that before we finalize the vote.
That's fine. Archie, you got anything you want to say?
I just, I mean, so Bruce and I've been doing this for quite some time. I've been sitting here and we've been fighting these 40Bs for me, it's been 20 years. We're at our 10%, and we fought hard to get there, and we did a lot of negotiating. Gus was involved with all this from step one as well. And I want to stay steadfast and say that we hit our mark and hold it there. I really don't feel comfortable adding this to the market. I mean, I have some thoughts about the location and whatnot, but really for me, it's that we're at our 10%, and I can't see myself voting for it. I think we're at 10.8 at this point.
Well, Archie's been here 20 years, I've been here 30 years. I've been involved with most of the 40Bs in the last 30 years. You know, Janelle doesn't like the process. I don't think anybody likes the process. The process on this particular unit, this particular project, was under the disguise of a friendly 40B, which I don't think there are any friendly 40Bs, almost never. You know, the applicants come in, they propose what they want to propose. There's nothing we can do, and they all come in on a piece of land. You know, the last one we did on Grove Street was on 32 acres of industrial property. Everybody says, oh, industrial property, why can't we build industrial buildings up there? Because there was a couple little strips of wetlands that ran through it that didn't make it viable to put a 400,000 square foot warehouse or anything up like that. That land was for sale for over 20 years at a reasonable price. Somebody made some money, they bought the land, and then all of a sudden here comes the friendly 40B process, which I got to point out, the town turned that one down. And that was the easiest 40B that we've ever had, you know, as far as Archie and I are concerned, because there was no abutters. We didn't have one abutter complain. We had a couple of people complain a little bit about this and about that, but there was no abutter complaints because it was on that piece of land. This is the same thing. Listen, Mr. Stovall, I went to school with Mr. Stovall. He's had that property. He's worked that property all these years. It was first I don't know if his grandfather started this or his father, but his father raised shrubs out in the back there because the ground's wet. It's zoned commercial too, but I don't think it could ever be developed as a commercial 2 property because of the environmental concerns that were there. Now, the first thing I asked Mr. Penzolo when we were doing this, I said, how are they going to get by the wetlands issues, the stream issues, in a damn river running right through the middle of it. He says, listen, it can be done under the Wetlands Protection Act, it can be done, you know, I'm going by what I hear around town all the time, oh, you can't build within 100 feet of this, you can't build within 50 feet of this, you gotta do this, you gotta do this, you gotta do this. If that's the case, that piece would never be built. Now, I'm sure the abutters that live there, I mean, they ended up, listen, when they moved there, you think I was happy that they moved there? My kids used to ride their four-wheelers over at Cook's Farm. You know, I could go right from my house right over to there without any problem through the woods, you know, and go around the golf course and get there, no problem. But, you know, development happens, things happen. It's a beautiful subdivision in there, you know, I can understand why the people are mad. But, you know, it's just unfortunate. Now, we'll see where this goes from here after the vote, but, you know, it's always, we've never had so many people come up and complain about a 40B. We've had some little local ones that, you know, the neighbors would complain and, you know, not in my backyard. Well, we were all for affordable housing, but we don't want it here, you know? And if it wasn't a word of affordable housing, it was just an apartment complex, maybe it would have been different. I don't know. You know, and if you could have done something with condos, because that's the thing now, condos bring in more taxes and everything else. We got one other 40-friendly B that was going through the town. I don't know where it stands now, whether they got a letter or not, an eligibility letter. But I don't know what's gonna go on with that, because I think Jamie's sorry that he set up the friendly 40B thing, you know? It was like Archie said, we got the 10%, we figured they were all set. People wanted to come in, well, we're gonna set up a friendly 40B process so everybody gets to know what's going on. Well, everybody in this particular, you know, there's a lot of people that are against this, but there's only certain people that show up at the meetings, you know, and the people that live there, because I can understand that. I don't have any qualms with that. They can say whatever they want, you know, I don't have any problem with that because they live there. But to think that somebody else who's lived there all his life also can't keep his, we kept it all this time for retirement. You know, now's his time to retire, even though AJ's underpaying him, but, you know, but it'll come around, so. But anyway, with all that being said, it was a pleasure. You know, things have gone so far that I hope everything works out for you and whatever. We'll see where it goes from there.
Just, yeah, on the abutters, it's been a process.
Yeah.
And appreciate all the effort that's gone in, because I think because of their thoughtful involvement, that this buffer, this landscaping, the changes that were made, it's a beautiful neighborhood they live in, and so hopefully there isn't an impact for them visibly, and, you know, there will be a construction impact, but in the long term, in terms of home value and the like. The intent is that we mitigated that.
With everything being said, I'll entertain, we got a motion. The discussion's over. I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of, signify aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? No.
No.
2-1. Motion passes. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Good night to all.
Good night. Merry Christmas.
This is leaving with a shirt.
We left the shirt with them?
That was brutal. I can't afford Carlton anymore, so you can have him.
That's all right, I call him Quentin anyway. Maybe you can find some good
Oh, we
fine.
need to adjourn, we need to adjourn.
Mr. Chairman,
Oh, all right.
before you adjourn,
Yeah.
I have a couple things.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
The guy calls for ductile iron piping for your sewer when it's not required, so you can have him.
Yeah, there you go.
Mr.
I'm never
Chairman,
gonna let you live that down, Carlton.
we need to fund the account for this project.
You need more money up?
Yes, we do.
All right, can we get them an accounting? We won't know until the bills come in.
We are down to $700 now,
Really?
and
See, I told you you were chewing up money.
not including today and probably a little bit further back as well, so.
Yeah.
For your
Okay.
records.
I don't have an idea what that's gonna cover now, so I wouldn't wanna tell him 10, he's gotta come up with 15, so. I think when we get an accounting, we'll let you know
Okay.
before we sign the decision, I guess. We won't know anyway, because Mark's late getting his bills out, so. But, you know, I'm sure there's a condition in there that you gotta pay all the outstanding charges before you start construction or something.
Yeah, I think there is something like that in there. But Peter and Mark will have to check on legal fees, because I don't know what 40B says about that.
Yeah, I don't know. It's got nothing to do with me.
Yeah, me neither. It's whatever the regs say.
I just make the deal with the consultants and, you know, they
Yeah.
just do their magic. and
Yep.
That's it. You know, I mean, Joe's an excellent guy, the engineer.
He was,
He wouldn't have got that ductile iron pipe thing wrong. though.
he was an absolute pleasure to work with. Your entire team was, and you guys as a board were too. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Happy holidays. Merry Christmas. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to close the public hearing.
Motion made and,
We're not closing a public hearing.
no, we're not. Well, yeah, we're closing.
Adjourning the meeting.
We're closing the meeting. Adjourn the meeting.
I'll second adjourning the meeting.
Motion made and seconded, non-debatable. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?